question of the World Bank meetings in Washington as to whether or not they had been canceled was talked about even before these attacks on the Pentagon. It was first shrunk in size, and that, as much as anything, has been the reaction to the number of non-governmental organizations and demonstrators of one stripe or another who've been showing up at these international meetings attempting to disrupt them. At the same time, neither leadership in the World Bank or the International Monetary Fund or anybody wishes to be seen to be intimidated into getting out of town by those people who wish to disrupt them or who disagree with them. In New York City, Bob Jameson. Bob.
Peter, first of all, I'd like to touch on a point which you and Claire Shipman were making a couple of moments ago about President Bush's possible visit or President Bush's visit here tomorrow. I think we were both in San Francisco in 1989 when President Bush's father visited after the earthquake there in October. And while it is certainly not on the same scale, that was carried out, as you will recall, with a pretty small entourage and done pretty quickly. Today here, near Ground Zero, New York City police officers tell us that the area around the World Trade Center, around Ground Zero, has been sealed off for a reason which is not yet apparent, and the FBI has gone in. At the same time, we've been watching a fairly vigorous fire that flared up at mid-morning in the remains of World Trade Center building number 7. It underscores just how dangerous the recovery work has been down there, because there are a number of fires smoldering in that compressed rubble and occasionally flaring up like the one today, which sent a great deal of black smoke into the sky. In addition to that, underscoring the difficulty of the rescue operation, Mayor Giuliani says 12 buildings have been damaged, and 2, World Trade Center building number 4 and the Millennium Hotel, that make that World Trade Center building number 5 and the Millennium Hotel, there are questions about the stability of those 2 buildings. And to that point, the fire department today asked the Metropolitan Transit Authority to stop almost all subway traffic at 42nd Street, to go no further south below 42nd Street, because the rumble of the trains might aggravate the damage that has been done to the buildings. And so, with the exception of one line, all of the subway traffic in New York City for some hours has been stopped at 42nd Street. But the rescue operation does continue. However, with the area around the World Trade Center sealed off, no new volunteers or rescue workers are being let in. And in fact, Peter, a number of them have been sent back to the staging area at the Javits Center up in the 40s.
Bob Jameson, thanks very much. And in the lower part of Manhattan today, close to what we've all come to call Ground Zero, also on the streets of New York. We're waiting for John Ashcroft, the Attorney General, now to come and brief us. I suspect that what we're going to have, from Mr. Ashcroft the same tone that we have from the rest of the government, a very limited amount of information. But in the meantime, we'd like to talk to Cynthia McFadden, who is also downtown at the moment. Cynthia?
Hi, Peter.
Go ahead.
Well, I can give you the latest number of the morning 2,300. As you know, we reported it early this morning, have made their way to area hospitals. The number's probably a little bit higher than that, but they're all rescue workers. Officials here say that in the last 34, almost 35 hours, no new victims have been brought to this hospital or to area hospitals. So the rescue effort is very slow indeed. Air quality is a problem for the rescuers downtown. Firefighters are being brought in. There have now been 11 firefighters brought in since midnight last night with various kinds of abrasions and breathing difficulties. Governor Tommy Thompson, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, is scheduled to pay a visit to St. Vincent's this afternoon, sometime between 1 and 4 o'clock Eastern Time. And Peter, I can tell you one of the great concerns is the weather. The weather prediction is for rain tonight, and officials here are saying that unstable buildings downtown and rain will not mix favorably. They are very concerned about survivors who may be trapped in some of those air pockets we've discussed, and whether or not rain will add sufficient weight to make those already unstable buildings more unstable. They say that any burn victims, anyone who sustained serious burns, they doubt has survived till this point. people who are on the bottom levels of the building have a greater chance at having survived at this point. But here the mood is very, very somber with the fact that so few people have been brought out, no one in the last 34 to 35 hours.
Thanks very much, Cynthia McFadden, downtown New York. Just an observation about rain, as we have seen from natural disasters before. There are pros and cons. Indeed, heavy rain would added to all of the debris, would add to the weight, but people survive on water. And so if people are in a fairly secure location and are still alive, the thing they desperately need is water, and water will keep them sustained for a longer period of time than anything else. Cynthia's observations about the burn victims is a little hard to grapple with, of course. And I think about the only thing we can add at the moment is the current figure from the mayor himself, who says that 4,763 people are missing in New York, and that includes the 2 people from the aircraft. I mentioned that we've been talking a little bit about the UN General Assembly. In fact, it opens on the 24th of September. Today is the 13th. This accident occurred on these attacks on the country. It occurred on the 11th. And what we have been doing today is trying to get some grasp how the country is not only doing what it's been doing in front of us for some time, which is to say government, the investigative agencies, and the relief and volunteer agencies trying to save life and find the perpetrators, but get back to business. And in just a couple of minutes after we hear from the Attorney General John Ashcroft on whatever it is he will tell us about this investigation, we're going to talk about the business of the country and whether or not the country has been seriously damaged economically and in terms of business by this, what measures of recovery it may be, what aspects and facets of the economy have been most affected. What does it mean, this whole business of not having air travel across the country? What does it mean not having these brokerage houses at work? We're very much haunted in some ways by this one particular company. I mean, there are many companies involved, of course, but there is this one particular company, Cantor Fitzgerald, which does so much business in the bond business, losing 80% of its employees or having them missing. And this is the kind of thing we see everywhere. It is, again, typical, and I mean that in the best sense, of what happens at times of disaster. People come together and wish in some way to memorialize those people who have perished or who are suffering as a result of the current circumstances. And I'm not altogether sure precisely what this or these persons have erected there, but it is certainly some reminiscent of something that is tall. It may indeed be intended to be a large building. It may be a large candle. I do not know. But every part of the country in the last couple of days has been crowded with its share of important symbolism, whether it be a man just simply thinking about what has occurred, whether it is a flag flying in some dramatic or less dramatic place, and in some respects wherever the flag has flown in the last couple of days has been dramatic. I saw one picture yesterday, and I might even ask our control room to see if we can find it. You know, there was a television tower on top of the 110-story trade tower, and that antenna came down with everything else. And yesterday there was a quite extraordinary moment. We were watching a fireman walking through the rubble carrying an American flag with him, and I wondered where he was going. We lost sight of him for a while, and a short while later we caught him using the antenna at the top of the trade tower on which to raise an American flag today. And there have been any number of quite stunning images today. I don't know if you can see this one that somebody sent me on an email today. Do you want to try? This is an email today of firefighters raising a flag somewhere. It's very small, I know, and on one side, as you can see, the firefighters raising a flag somewhere yesterday, and of course on the other is the most famous flag raising in American history, I would argue. That's the memorial on the edge of the Potomac River of the Marines raising the flag during the war in the Pacific, called the Iwo Jima Memorial. That's the kind of thing we've been getting on. I haven't had a chance to turn around and look at my email for the last hour or two, but every time we turn around there was a message from somebody giving us some piece of this entire development. Sometimes here, sometimes overseas. People sent us the Pakistani newspapers this morning. Here is at St. Vincent's Hospital downtown, where somebody is now hanging the latest flag. And all of these are emblematic of individual Americans, individual organizations, but think of the power of it collectively. People trying to assert their patriotism, their determination, their will, and their goodwill, not only to their fellow citizens, but ultimately to the rest of the world. Because one of the horrible things about modern terrorism is that it's so magnified. I don't mean horrible in terms of terrorism is horrible, period. One of the things about modern terrorism is it's magnified by the media. So if you think all the way back to the attack on the Israelis at the Munich Olympics in 1972, when you just go forward through all of the major terrorist incidents that you, just as television viewers, have been party to in the last 30 years, they've all been magnified in one way or another by the media. And now, of course, we do it live. Among the things I got this morning on the email was we've had a lot of messages from Canadians, obviously, in part because the two nations are so close. Secondly, because the two nations are in some way so competitive at the best of times. Another because so many Americans and others have spent the last couple of days in Canadian communities because their aircraft have been diverted to Canadian airports. And somebody sent me a commentary from Canadian radio, which has actually been kicking around the internet. I'm not sure this person appreciated it for many, 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 many months. And it's been exchanged by a lot of people, and it's turned up again today, and I shall explain why. It's a commentary by the late Gordon Sinclair, a Canadian television commentator, of remarks that he had made. I said they've been on the internet for months, which were actually picked up and printed in the Congressional Record. And here are just a couple of excerpts. This Canadian thinks it's time to speak up for the Americans as the most generous and possibly the least appreciated people on all the earth. Germany, Japan, and to a lesser extent Britain and Italy were lifted out of the debris of war by the Americans, who poured in billions of dollars and forgave others billions in debts. And he goes on to talk about the Marshall Plan and the Truman policy that pumped billions of dollars into other countries. And he says, and this is written a long time ago, forgotten the date, but it's quite a long time ago. I'd like to see just one of those countries that is gloating over the erosion of the United States dollar build its own airplane. Does any other country in the world have a plane equal to the Boeing Jumbo Jet, the Lockheed TriStar, or the Douglas DC-10? And if so, why don't they fly them? You can tell this was written a long time ago because, in fact, the French have the Airbus now, and it's pretty competitive. But you talk about American technocracy, and you find men on the moon not once but several times and safely home again. I can name you, Gordon Sinclair says, 5,000 times when the Americans raced to the help of other people in trouble. Can you name even one time when someone else raced to the Americans in trouble? I don't think there was outside help even during the San Francisco earthquake. Our neighbors, he's speaking as a Canadian, have faced it alone. And I'm one Canadian, Mr. Sinclair speaking, who's damn tired of hearing them get kicked around. It is a very lovely sentiment which we have seen reflected here in our news division, not only from Canadians, but from people in many other parts of the world today. And as we listen to the President, and I apologize for going on so much here, but we're actually waiting for the Attorney General to talk, and I don't want to start talking about economics now and then have to interrupt for the Secretary, for the Attorney General just as soon as we get going. But as we listened to the President this morning talk in the office in his conversation with the Governor of New York and the Mayor, he said, as he had said several times before, that he's been on the telephone to an awful lot of people. One person I think he has not yet talked to, who's important to talk to, is the military general who currently runs Pakistan, General Musharraf. The U.S. ambassador, the new U.S. ambassador, has talked to General Musharraf, and the head of the Pakistani intelligence services. There's going to be a lot of talk about them in the next several days because they are a very troublesome element in this war against terrorism. Was in Washington the other day and called in and read something of the Riot Act by officials in Washington about the Taliban and about the terrorism, which does get a considerable measure of protection in that country. But President Bush had talked to so many people, and he said that in terms of international cooperation, Jiang Zemin of China agreed with them. President Putin of Russia, he said, agreed with them. The point the president was trying to make, and said so quite directly, was they have seen what has happened in the United States and now believe that it can happen to them. So while, as Mr. Bush said, he is weeping with America, he is resolved and steady as strong, and everybody appreciates that this is a new kind of war, and the president said that the American government will indeed adjust. President Bush Sr., President Bush number one, 41-year President Bush, President number 41, also spoke today in Boston earlier today. He had a speaking engagement, and he calls on his own history to help put things in perspective. He says at one point, I've seen some of the commentary comparing this attack with Pearl Harbor. I'm probably the only guy in this room old enough to remember when I was there when the first reports of Pearl Harbor came in, and in some respects, the president said there are similarities. Pearl Harbor awakened the country from the notion that we could somehow avoid the call to duty and defend freedom in Europe and Asia in World War II, and this, the president said, is a call to duty for the United States as well. Check in quickly with Pierre Thomas in Washington. Pierre.
Well, Peter, we're expecting the Attorney General and FBI Director Bob Mueller any moment. Again, they are going to express that the investigation is unfolding very quickly. And as we said the other day, it began with the flight manifest, where they looked at and found names. They have identified the 4 people that they think piloted these attacks. Also, from there, they went to associates, and they're expanding out. Now, one of the critical questions as they move forward is the issue of civil liberties, that some of these people are being detained. They're not being charged with any specific crime, but they're being held and questioned. So that's an interesting civil liberties question, Peter.
Question will be Andrew Hill. Betsy Stark. Thanks very much, Pierre Thomas. I was just trying to say to the control room here that we've a variety of people here who need to be heard from at the moment because the business of America is not business today, but it's certainly the business of America in many respects. And I think people all over the country, in fact, I know people all over the country are quite eager to know just what sort of state we are in. And so I want to introduce you to a panel that we have put together. And I'll introduce them in reverse order as I currently have them on a card by introducing first Andrew Hill, who is the New York bureau chief of the Financial Times, one of the world's really good newspapers, which covers business both nationally and internationally along with everything else. Here in our New York studio, Ken Auletta of the New Yorker magazine, who probably knows more about the Microsoft case than anybody else in the country and writes extensively on the matters of business in the country. Don Marin, who is the chairman of UBS America, and I hope you won't mind me saying so, but just for context today, was mentioned by many people as a possible Treasury Secretary in the Bush administration. We won't get into that today, of course. And finally, and very importantly for us, Betsy Stark, who was our business and economics correspondent at ABC News and talks to us every day, and also talks to these people every day. So I think I'd like, in deference to seniority, to start with Don Marin. And Don, just ask you, if you would, for a moment, give the country some sense, in as broad terms as you wish, where you think the country is at in terms of business and economics at the moment.
Well, I think, first of all, for those of us here in New York, this is a tragedy of unimagined proportions. And our first thoughts and our first focus are on the victims and helping the victims and their families in every way that we possibly can. Having said that, this is a human tragedy. It is not a financial tragedy. What we do is important, but it's not as important as helping all those people that have been hurt and worse down at the World Trade Center. As a financial structure in this country. We're very proud of what's happened. The Fed system is up and running, the banking system is up and running, and today the bond markets are up and running. And these things are important because economics are not just American, they are worldwide, and we are the leaders in every part of the world in this very, very important activity. From here we go next to bringing up the equity markets. And that takes the cooperation of all the firms in the business. And all the firms are working together. We're sharing ideas, we're sharing space, we're offering help to people who have been hurt particularly badly down at the World Trade Center. And this combination is working well. The financial firms are ready to go up as soon as things can be done. We need 4 things to happen. We need communications downtown, and that's very important. Verizon is the key communicator there. We need power. Con Edison still has all kinds of problems. We need the ability to settle transactions. It sounds very technical, but the reality is you can't do trades unless you can work out how to settle them. And 4th, we need liquidity. And the Fed is definitely preparing that and is available and is there right now. With those things, we can get up and running, but we don't want to do anything that will interfere with the rescue effort downtown. So we're balancing that priority, which is the first priority by far, with getting our own industry ready to go, which it will be very shortly.
Could I, Don, ask you just about one of those points? I think people will understand almost all of the points about getting the infrastructure up and running again, but what do you mean that you need liquidity?
Well, when you're in a situation like this, people are afraid. There's a flight to quality, a flight into the bond markets, and there is now important activity in the bond markets, and we anticipate when the equity markets open, there will be a large number of orders, buys and sells from all over the world. And we have to be sure that we have the capital to deal with the demands that are created by those orders and deal with the whole ability to settle those orders, to make sure when you sell your shares, our industry can make sure that's handled in the way it's always been handled.
But you've actually put your finger on another problem, because if people are afraid and they want to get out of equities into bonds, I understand that the government must be there in a support situation. But you are saying that people are afraid or nervous as a result of what has happened, and that is going to have an effect on the international financial market.
It could have an effect in the short term. First of all, we are determined to show and are showing that these ghastly people who did this ghastly deed are not going to impede or alter the strength of this economy or the strength of these financial markets. We all know, however, in the first stage of something, uncertainty creates its own issues. My experience in these things is that those issues get resolved very quickly in the markets. We just have to be ready for all contingencies, because that's one of the hallmarks of the American system and of these markets, that we work well no matter what the climate.
Are you saying quite emphatically, though, that this attack on the United States is not going to weaken the U.S. economy?
I'm saying it's absolutely for sure not going to weaken the financial markets and our whole financial structure. It obviously has some very specific economic impacts, which in my view will be very, very short term. This country will come out even stronger out of this crisis.
Okay, well, you've set the stage very well for us, and I apologize, but we must interrupt now to listen to the Attorney General, which of course we wish to do.
September the 11th, 2001 was a day of unspeakable violence and outrage, but also a day of heroism and sacrifice. As endangered men and women struggled to make their way out of burning, collapsing buildings, firemen and policemen, emergency rescue personnel struggled to make their way in to those structures. Many, and we don't know how many yet, never made it out of the buildings. Even as we continue to hold out hope that more of these brave Americans will be found alive, it is my duty as Attorney General to begin to process the provision of relief to the families of public safety officers who sacrificed so that others might survive the attacks of September the 11th. The Public Safety Officers Benefits Act of 1976 provides for approximately $150,000 in benefits to the families of law enforcement officers, firemen, emergency response squad members, ambulance crew members who are killed in the line of duty. This morning, the President of the United States, President George W. Bush, directed me immediately to implement procedures to streamline application processes and approval processes of claims for benefits under this act. Pursuant to the President's directive, the Department of Justice this morning has taken the following actions to expedite the delivery of benefits to public safety officers' families. First, the existing regulations under the Public Safety Officers Benefits Act requires that officers' families and employing agencies fill out individual forms certifying that the officer was killed in the line of duty and that no disqualifying circumstances were present, and that the officer was in fact related to the family members seeking the benefits. These regulations direct the Bureau of Justice Assistance in the Justice Department to give substantial weight to evidence presented by federal, state, and local agencies and to resolve in favor of payment any reasonable doubt concerning the circumstances of the officer's permanent disability or death. In view of the unprecedented loss of life and the debilitating injuries to public safety officers, I have directed, pursuant to the President's request, that this process be streamlined in this case. I am directing the Office of Justice Programs to exercise the full scope of its direction and its discretion under the statute and regulations to accept applications, consider evidence justifying claims, and to process prompt payment of benefits. In cases in which benefits are sought by survivors of officers killed in the line of duty on September 11, I am directing that blanket certifications from executives of public safety agencies be considered as evidence of eligibility without requiring further individualized documentation. In addition, the family claim form will be abbreviated and streamlined. Secondly, the Department of Justice's Office of Justice Programs is immediately making available additional resources to see that the claims of fallen officers' families are processed as quickly as possible. Staff are being brought to New York from a variety of other settings to assist in case processing. Second, a separate computer database is being established to expedite and monitor the case processing. Third, lawyers from the Office of Justice Programs are immediately reviewing all cases from New York to make sure that those cases move as quickly as possible. Office of Justice Programs, fourth, staff members are being sent to New York to assist with family contacts and the assembly of claim packages, including the gathering of pertinent records. The Office of Justice Program representatives will be available on site, if requested, to pre-certify claim packages in terms of the completeness of those packages. These representatives will also work with the Treasury Department to expedite the payments to families once claims are approved. The provision of benefits is an insufficient but a necessary response on behalf of the American people to the unknown number of individuals who fought fires, law enforcement officers, and medical rescue personnel who died answering the call of their fellow citizens on September the 11th. It is President Bush's and my hope that the actions that we have taken today will provide a measure of relief to the husbands and wives and children that have been left behind. I know that it is the nation's hope that this assistance will stand as a gesture of the inexpressible gratitude that so many Americans feel, as well as a small tribute to the honor of the sacrifice of those who were willing to lose their lives so that others might be saved. Additionally, today I announced with the Treasury Department a step that has been taken to provide additional security at airports across the country. As airports reopen and as travel is resumed, There will be substantially increased security presence, on the ground at designated security checkpoints throughout the country. The Departments of Justice and Treasury have deployed hundreds of U.S. Marshals, individuals from the U.S. Marshal Service, U.S. Border Patrol, and U.S. Customs officials as part of a broad effort by federal law enforcement authorities to provide a larger police presence at airports in addition to the heightened security procedures already put into effect. We will take all precautions necessary to protect American travelers. Finally, our nation calls on us in times like this to be at our best. If we are to prevail in difficult times like this, we must be at our best. Since Tuesday, the Justice Department has received reports of violence and threats of violence against Arab Americans and other Americans of Middle Eastern and South Asian descent. We must not descend to the level of those who perpetrated Tuesday's violence by targeting individuals based on race, religion, or national origin. Such reports of violence and threats are in direct opposition to the very principles and laws for which the United States of America stands, and such reports of violence and threats of violence will not be tolerated. I now have a few updates with regard to the ongoing investigation. Legal attachés of the FBI around the world are receiving enormous cooperation from law enforcement authorities in the host countries that are cooperating with us to assist us in following up on leads. We have also received numerous offers of help from other countries if we need those elements of assistance, and we are grateful for the assistance that has been offered and the assistance that has been rendered. With regard to federal law enforcement personnel casualties, there is an FBI agent assigned to the New York field office who remains missing. 3 U.S. Marshals who are assigned to the Southern District of New York sustained minor injuries. We are also in the process of collecting information nationwide regarding the loss of life and casualties among law enforcement personnel. As of this morning, the FBI's Leads hotline has received 2,055 phone calls. Some of these leads have been helpful to the investigation. The website, which was opened virtually immediately after the crisis, has received more than 22,700 suggested tips. The FBI is working thousands and thousands of leads. As of this moment, none of the black boxes has been recovered yet. However, we believe retrieval of the black box at the Somerset County location is the most feasible in the short term. Last but not least, the total number of hijackers, to our best estimate and our best knowledge given the information at this time, on the 4 planes that crashed was at least 18, unless contradicted by evidence which we wouldn't anticipate. 2 planes had 5 hijackers and 2 other planes had 4 hijackers each. The director of the FBI, Mr. Mueller, is here with me, and we would be pleased to respond to your questions.
All the hijackers, were they ticketed passengers? And if not, do you know how they got on the planes?
Yes, they were ticketed passengers.
Are you convinced, based on the evidence in Florida, Boston, and elsewhere, that the Lobby was or may have been behind this?
I'm not prepared to identify or to comment on persons ultimately responsible at this time.
How many people at this point are detained around the country, and why are these potential accomplices, Mr. Director, of such concern to the Bureau?
Well, I can't give you a specific number. What has happened, as I indicated yesterday, that we're As a result of following up leads, we're interviewing a number of people. And in the course of doing those interviews, we find that a number of the individuals, when asked for identification and the like, are out of status. And when we find somebody out of status, we quite obviously bring in the INS and they are detained. And that is the policy and procedures we're following.
And they're a concern to you regarding the investigation?
Some may be concerned to us and some may not after we interview them.
What sort of indication do you have of other operations being aborted, other plane hijackings, or perhaps other terrorist operations?
I'm not prepared to make comments about any other items at this time.
Have you had any determination about where the plane crash in Somerset County might have been?
I missed...
Have you had any determination about where the plane crashed in Somerset County, what its target might have been, and what happened to cause that plane to crash where it did?
I think it's fair to say that we're unable to comment on that.
How many
What
associates?
theater are you looking at? How many hijackers and associates do you have?
Well, obviously, I've just announced that there are 18 hijackers. The number of associates is significant, but I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to try and attach a specific number. We are continuing to develop an understanding of all the associates that these individuals had.
Associates are in the country.
Sir?
Do you believe the associates are in the country, or do you have evidence that they are?
First of all, if we knew exactly where associates were, it would make our work easier. But we are interested in finding associates and making inquiry of them.
What can you tell us about the flight training that any of the hijackers have received? Did they receive any training here in the United States?
It is our belief and that the evidence indicates that flight training was received in the United States and that their capacity to operate the aircraft was substantial. It's very clear that these orchestrated, coordinated assaults on our country were well conducted and conducted in a technically proficient way. It is not easy to land these kinds of aircraft at very specific locations with accuracy or to direct them with the kind of accuracy which was deadly in this case.
There were some reports that at least one of the passengers on the flight from New York kept the airphone off the hook as this was going on, as they were preparing to take the plane back from the hijackers. Were law enforcement officials or FAA people able to listen in on some of what was going on?
I'm not prepared to make a comment on that at this time.
General, which flights have hijackers have you identified, and what can you tell us about who they are, where they came from, and how long they lived?
I think you might be able to say which flights had which numbers on them.
On the American Airlines number 11 flight out of Boston going to LA, there were 5. And we believe our preliminary investigation indicates that 5 of the passengers were involved in the hijacking on that plane. United Airlines 175, also out of Boston to LA. Our preliminary investigation indicates that there were 5 hijackers on that plane. On United Airlines 93, Newark to San Francisco, 4 hijackers. And American Airlines 77, Dulles to Los Angeles, 4 hijackers. That is our preliminary. The results of our preliminary investigation. The investigation is continuing. That is our best view at this time as to the numbers in the planes they were on.
Can you clarify us, please, on what you've been able to verify and document concerning the flight path of 77 into the Pentagon? Did it go over Washington, D.C. first?
I really can't comment on what we have with regard to that particular flight.
The national origin of some, if not all, of the hijackers. What can you say at this point about the national origin?
I'm not prepared to comment on that.
Can you talk about the warrants? Can you tell us how many warrants and tell us what cities, what states?
I can tell you that throughout the country, and not necessarily in a particular region, but throughout the country, when we receive leads, we have followed those leads. We are interviewing any number of people across the country. The number of the number of FBI officers that are involved in the investigation directly involved in the investigation has expanded, and they are interviewing witnesses. They are, where necessary, obtaining search warrants, obtaining grand jury subpoenas, and whatever is necessary to obtain the evidence to more particularly identify the particular hijackers and anyone associated with them.
Many of the hijackers believed to be U.S. citizens.
I'm not going to comment on anything with regard to the hijackers.
We're already on the terrorist watch list.
Can't answer that question either.
Any suicide notes? Have you found any suicide notes?
Thank you.
All right, that is the Attorney General, John Ashcroft, and the brand new Director of the FBI, Robert Mueller, and we'll come back and summarize that for you in just a moment. But there's another news conference going on with the Secretary of State, and we'll pick that up during the question period.
A place where terrorist groups get training, or is it a mixture?
We have provided to the Pakistani government a specific list of things that we think would be useful for them to work on with us. And I will be discussing that list with the President of Pakistan later this afternoon.
Mr. Secretary, can I, as you said, since the attacks, you've been receiving lots of messages of condolence, lots of statements of condemnation about the attacks, some that appear to be solicited, like this morning from the Pakistanis, who seem to be falling all over themselves to condemn terrorism in all its forms, but also some unsolicited ones, like I assume from the Cubans, from the Libyans, from the North Koreans. But of all of the 7 countries on the State Department's state sponsors list, only one of them, I believe, has not condemned this, has not said anything. Does it raise any red flags with you that Saddam Hussein and Iraq have been silent about this?
I'm not surprised. He is one of the leading terrorists in the face of the earth, and I would not expect the slightest drop of the milk of human kindness to be flowing in his veins.
Between Iraq and
Osama bin Laden? No, I would not. I would rather, if I were able to talk about such a matter, I don't think I would do it here. Thank you.
You keep talking about this specific list provided to Pakistan. When you talk to them later, when Secretary Armitage talks to them later, or you talk to them, will it be you have to do everything on this list, or you're against us? The United States keeps putting out this with us or against us?
Pakistan is a friendly country. We've had friendly relations with Pakistan for many, many years. Those relations have had ups and downs as a result of various things that have happened over the years. But right now, we have friendly relations with Pakistan. I have spoken to President of Pakistan over the months, and we had a very good conversation just a month or so ago. And so I will approach this as if I'm talking to a friend, and let a friend know what we would like to see happen in order to improve the situation in the region and the situation in the world. And I hope that the President will respond as a friend. Our initial indications are that he will. He put out a very fine statement that you have a copy of. It's general, and we will get more specifics on it. And our ambassador, who went in yesterday, and we got a report of her discussions with him after she presented her credentials. She's just arrived. And he gave her a strong expression of support, the kind of expression of support that you would expect from a friend who is trying to help us during this time of trial. Yes, Judge.
Just to follow that, will you be asking the President of Pakistan to have U.S. troops stationed in Pakistan if you choose that?
I really don't want to get into what I might or might not be asking the President of Pakistan until I have asked the President of Pakistan.
Secretary
Andrea?
It sounds as if what you're saying is that up until now you've been hearing very positive statements, but that now it's sort of time to put their money where their mouth is?
I wouldn't characterize it quite that crudely, Andrea.
I'm sorry, I'm not a diplomat.
Some say neither am I. But the fact of the matter is, we're going to have a responsible, sober discussion with the Pakistani government. And when the results of those discussions are complete and we have something to present to you, I assure you I will present it to you.
Why all the focus on Pakistan? Why is it
We're
so...
focusing on everything and everybody. We're looking at those terrorist organizations who have the kind of capacity that would have been necessary to conduct the attack that we saw on the 11th. We haven't yet publicly identified the organization we believe was responsible. But when you look at the list of candidates, one resides in that region. So without waiting for the whole body of evidence to be ready for us to make a judgment and a presentation to you, I think we're acting in a prudent way by talking to those governments in the region. One at a time. Robin.
Can you tell us what you expect Undersecretary Armitage to get out of his talks with the Russians on Afghanistan? Are you asking for a very specific kind of help?
We have not yet put together the agenda, but what impressed me is that Foreign Minister Ivanov, when I spoke to him the other day, was anxious for this meeting to take place. Deputy Secretary Armitage has spoken to his counterpart in Moscow, and two conversations that President Putin had with President Bush suggest to me that they are ready for active discussions, but I don't have the specific agenda with me right now. Jane.
The Russians know Afghanistan very well from their time in the 80s. They will be able to be helpful on topography, installations, what kinds of things?
I'm sure they will be helpful on many things. It's their neighborhood. They do have a great deal of experience in Afghanistan, and we will draw on all of that experience.
Secretary.
Reports as of 1 a.m. That bin Laden was reported under house arrest by the Taliban. Also, two leaders, one an Egyptian and a military commander. If so, where would we ask? Would we ask The Hague for extradition to the World Court? What would we do?
Well, I have seen those reports, but I've also seen subsequent reports that say the first reports are not accurate. So let me not speculate on what is at the moment just a rumor. Yes, Terry?
Do you know if David Donahue is still in Kabul? We haven't heard that he's left.
I don't know. Let Richard.
Okay,
He's left. Okay.
My question is, are we having talks with the Taliban in Islamabad? They are said to be desperate to avoid a U.S. attack and perhaps ready to talk about things they weren't ready for before.
We have ways of talking to them, and we're exploring those ways now. And we also want to make sure exactly what it is we wish to present to them as items of discussion and not just general conversations.
Possibly listening more?
I wouldn't say that yet. Yes. Barbara.
What kind of leverage do we have with Pakistan? They are sanctioned up to the eyeballs. We have give them very, very little aid anymore. What can we possibly offer them that would make them cooperative in this case?
You kind of said it in your question. They are sanctioned up to the eyeballs, and they don't have that much aid now. But I think that we have been exploring with the Pakistani government many ways that we can move forward in the relationship, and we want to do so. Yes.
Are you delivering an ultimatum to the Taliban to deliver bin Laden or else to face the wrath of the United States?
I don't think I said that. What I'm saying is that we are assembling the evidence that will tell us in a way that the world will fully concur with us who was responsible for this. And when we have done that, we will announce it. And at that point, we will go after that group, that network, and those who have harbored, supported, and aided that network to rip the network up. And when we're through with that network, we will continue with a global assault against terrorism in general. Okay, let me...
The list for Pakistan, does it include only requests for assistance in terrorism to rip up this network that you're talking about, or does it go broader than that?
I would rather not characterize or comment on the list until we have had a chance to discuss it with the Pakistani government in detail, all the way in the back.
Mr. Secretary, just for the record, when you spoke of the candidate who resides in that region, were you speaking of Osama bin Laden?
Yes.
Could you answer the question about Iran? We've hopscotched all around. There are two significant factors here. As of January, there were several, if not more than a dozen, Shia Saudis training in aircraft and piloting down in Florida. Osama is a Sunni and not a Shia. He has no attachments to Iran, and Iran has a close attachment to possible attachment to the El Khobar bombing, as you know. Are we barking up the wrong tree here?
We're barking up every tree that's out there. We're going to find the right tree with respect to what happened on the 11th of September. But we also recognize that there are other groups out there that mean us no good, that have conducted attacks previously against U.S. personnel, U.S. interests, and our allies. And the point we've been trying to make over the last several days is, with the severity of this tragedy in Washington and New York against America, we now have to use this tragedy and respond to those and take care of those who are responsible for it. But at the same time, we should see this in a broader sense, that this is a horrible blight on the civilized world. And so we will also be focusing on other organizations, terrorist organizations, who go after us, our citizens, our interests, and allies.
The Secretary of State Colin Powell answering questions at the State Department just a little while ago. A lot of them focused on Pakistan. The new American ambassador to Pakistan, brand new, just got there, is Wendy Chamberlain, and she has been in to see General Musharraf, and the Secretary of State says he is going to talk to the President of Pakistan, General Musharraf, this afternoon, later today. And there are lots of reasons to talk about Pakistan, which we'll do at a subsequent time, but basically so much of this is happening in their neighborhood, and it is not only widely assumed but almost confirmed by the Taliban in next-door Afghanistan that Osama bin Laden is still being given safe harbor in Afghanistan, because when the Taliban said they didn't have anything to do with this, they also said, well, nor did Osama bin Laden, because he had no access to phones, telephones, and fax, et cetera, like that. But as the Secretary of State says very clearly, when asked the question, are you barking up the wrong tree in one case? We're barking up every tree out there. And the one other thing he said, which needs a little bit of filling out, there's 7 states which are on the U.S. list of countries which actually can be regarded as state sponsors of terrorism. And they are Syria, Iraq, Libya, Iran, Sudan, Afghanistan, and North Korea. And it was pointed out that only one has not offered condolences or sympathy for this attack on the United States, and that is Saddam Hussein in Iraq. And you heard Mr. Powell's remark on that, not surprised at all. It was, of course, Saddam Hussein who Colin Powell faced in the Gulf War. They're looking at any terrorist organization that has the capacity to do this, and there is a long list of candidates. Now, very briefly, before we get back to our discussion on the business of the country and America's place in the universal business community, little pieces of news. 3 firefighters have been pulled alive from the rubble in New York City. 3 firefighters have been pulled alive from the rubble in New York City. We anticipated that there were going to be people who survived in that rubble. It's always been the case before in major disasters like this. One of them asked for water, reaffirming that what you need if you're trapped under these circumstances is water. And ABC's John Miller is with us again. And John, I understand there has also been some sound heard from beneath the rubble.
Yes, Peter. At Trinity and West Street, which is, I guess, the east side of the World Trade Center complex, in the rubble, some of the people from the crime scene unit who have been looking for evidence there, well, actually, they're part of the search and rescue also, they're doing both at the same time, heard a series of taps, continuous taps coming in sets. So what they've called for is enhanced listening equipment and police canine dogs to climb up there with them and see if they can put them in a better direction of where these sounds are coming from so they can carefully burrow under there. What they're hoping, obviously, is that those sounds are coming from someone trapped in the rubble and that they can get to them.
Okay, thanks very much, John Miller. This is absolutely precisely what happens in a disaster like this. There's very sophisticated equipment to listen for and smell for, not always look for, people who may have survived under this extraordinary rubble. And 4,763 people are missing. Let's reduce that by the number of 3. 4,760 people are missing because 3 New York firefighters, a department which has suffered quite extraordinarily, losing, well, now less than 300 firefighters in this disaster, and it will be a minor but an important relief for this body of men and women. One other small piece of news, which we offer up with some caution, because it's a dimension of this that's been around for a couple of days. It's on the Reuters news agency out of Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where United Flight 93, with 38 passengers and 7 crew, went down, and on which we're now told by the director of the FBI there were 4 terrorists/hijackers. The federal investigator there this morning said they could not rule out the possibility that United Flight 93 had been shot down. Now, Bill Crowley, the FBI agent there, says simply, we have not ruled that out. Told a news conference this morning when he was asked about reports that a U.S. fighter jet may have fired on that Boeing 757. That's been around for a couple of days. The Defense Department has denied this in the most vigorous fashion, and we simply put it on the record simply because it is on the record. To summarize very quickly and very briefly, the Attorney General and the Director of the FBI, John Ashcroft, said, and we knew this was coming because Mayor Giuliani and the President talked about it publicly this morning, that the government is moving very quickly to assist those families of those officers and volunteers who've lost their lives, or as the Attorney General put it, been those affected. They've set up a database to monitor it. They're going to make initial financial contributions available to people who are in the greatest need. Bob Jameson is on the street and is hearing another important sound. Bob.
Peter, what I'm hearing is applause, cheers, whistles. It's the reaction as the news has reached us here north of the World Trade Center that those 3 firemen were found alive. The news has been moving from one small group to another, and just a second ago we heard that large cheer and shouts of joy.
Thanks very much, Bob. 3 members of the New York Fire Department being pulled from the rubble, and what that does to the morale of rescue teams under circumstances like this is extraordinary. It gives people an incentive to renew their efforts and to go on. We've seen it time and time again in natural disasters. It has an extraordinary effect on the morale of the people working at the immediate site of the catastrophe. Back to John Ashcroft. Just to point out in very general terms, he's asked all of the government agencies that are relevant to process very quickly packages to sustain people whose families have been lost. By this I mean official members of the government families. That would include firefighters, police, and others who have been sustained loss. And he points out that it's a gesture of gratitude, quite naturally, from the government and the people to sustain them in this immediate sense of loss. On the subject of security, he pointed out that additional security had been mounted or was in the process of being mounted at airports all across the country, and this includes hundreds of marshals making a very serious presence at the airport. And I think we can come back to that at this point. But we want to go back now, because I don't want to lose anybody here, because they've all got other business, to this business of the country's economy. And, forgive me while I find my place in my notes, because Don Marin, the chairman of UBS, set a pretty good table for us there in terms of this discussion by saying this is a human tragedy, not a financial one. The bond markets are going on. There's some question about the equity markets because they need people to invest. They need liquidity. But all of these companies are cooperating at all sorts of levels, he says, and the need to settle these transactions, which is why the markets are being delayed, but mostly they need liquidity. This is not going to affect the financial markets in the long run, he said. Let me go to Andrew Hill, who's the New York bureau chief for the Financial Times. Andrew, if you would, pick up where Mr. Marin leaves off, comment if you wish on what he had to say, and try as you will to give us a general sense of the economic status of things.
Sure. I'd be picking on sort of perhaps 3 areas where I think markets and investors are nervous. Clearly, there's the immediate reaction to this atrocity. There's the fact that markets have been closed for an unprecedentedly long time in the equity markets, which is bound to make people nervous about whether they can get out of investments if they want to, or indeed buy in if they want to. But the most worrying aspect, I think, for the medium term in the markets is a concern that this atrocity might have a big impact on consumer confidence in the United States. It might dent business, and therefore there'd be a ripple effect around the world on the global economy. I don't want to over-dramatize this, but I think there is a sense in which people are concerned that the reaction will be much more economic. There might be a short-term market reaction, but in the longer term, the concern is that this pushes the United States over into a recession, 2 quarters of declining growth, and that the markets begin to worry and pick out companies that they think they are going to be punished during that downturn.
And the third point, or did I miss the third point?
The third point, I suppose, is the ripple effect to the global economy, and the fact that international investors are also, who have in many cases been supporting the markets in the United States, considering their options now while markets have been closed for so long.
I could point out that the ABC Money Consumer Index, as of last Sunday, was at its lowest level since 1977. And I'm going to come back to Don Marin. I want to apologize to Ken and Betsy, because we're going to lose Don Marin in just a minute, because he had another engagement. Don, you still there?
I'm here, Peter.
Talk a little bit about the broader economy. Talk about business. Talk about this possibility of pushing the country into recession. We've heard it any number of times in the last while.
Well, I think there's no doubt that the economy is suffering now from a slowdown in productivity. I think it's because our own research base has been used up too much in terms of development, and we need to do more in long-term investment in research. The consumer is keeping the economy going, but the consumer is 2/3 of the economy. Anyone looking at your pictures and hearing these tragic comments is going to have a pause as to what the impact is going to be. My own view is that the consumer is very resilient. And while there'll be a short-term impact on this, the fundamentals that were there before this dastardly act will still be there after it's over. They are basically, the economy is slowing down. The consumer, as 2/3 of the economy, is supporting the economy. And it may take us a little longer before these things resolve themselves into resumption of growth.
I wonder if it's possible that actually the consumer, as an act of patriotism, as an act of solidarity, may invest in the market more vigorously.
Well, I think, and we thought about that, there is no doubt Americans will come out of this with stronger resolve to underscore our leadership position in the world. We will not let these criminals slow this economy down or slow us down. I think there is no question about that. So I think we will come out very, very strongly, and my guess is there will be a rallying cry to make this country even stronger, go forward even faster.
And just before we do lose you, because I know we're going to, let me ask you the question about government leadership. What must government do? There is the open checkbook notion in order to fight this campaign against terrorism in the Congress today. There'll be huge, there's already the beginnings of a debate about reallocating re-emphasizing on what to spend in terms of defense spending. Do you see that having a big impact?
Well, I think first of all we should spend everything we can as fast as we can pointed at this terrible act, and in supporting the families that are directly impacted by what's going on there. I think going forward, the most important thing that government can do, in addition to that in the short term, and the President is doing that, in my view, extremely well, is to show the American public that he understands, as he does, how serious this issue is. He is going to resolve it. He is going to do the right thing for this country. And that further, in a few days or a few weeks, he understands how important the consumer is to the economy, and how important it is that the government and the consumer work together over the next 6 months or a year to make sure that this growth is renewed.
Okay, thanks, Don. I appreciate the fact that you've got other engagements today, and I understand why other people want to hear your opinions. Thanks very much for taking the time to join us. Ken Aletta from The New Yorker, just pick up, if you will, on what you've been listening. I think we've talked about the broad themes, haven't we?
I think we have, but, you know, as Emerson said, in the long run, we're all dead. I don't know what the long run holds in terms of the world economy or investor confidence. And I think Don Marin is right that it is a human tragedy. We know that, probably more than it is an economic tragedy. But in the short term, here in New York, the micro impact as opposed to the macro impact that Don was talking about, clearly it's going to have an impact on New York City and its economy. Just think of the companies that are out of business in terms of having office space. Where are they going to work at it? There's a story in the Wall Street Journal today that the SEC lost a lot of its records in terms of enforcement. So there are a lot of people that will be impacted for a long period of time in New York.
Don Marin may wish to put an optimistic face on this, and one can't question that, but he seems to imply that this is in some respects a technical problem, that there are backup records somewhere, that these offices and companies, as badly as they've been hit and hurt, will manage to recover, and there's even a measure of cooperation.
No, but the Wall Street Journal story today, for instance, on the enforcement division of the SEC, pointed out that a lot of records were not put in the computer, were not in letters, were interviews and notes and notebooks that were taken by investigators, and those are not duplicable.
Betsy, I'll come to you in 1 second. I apologize for this. Well, I know you are, and I want you to add to it. But this is about, as Don Marin says, as we all know, 2/3 of the economy is made up of consumers. And I want this little panel to just listen to some folks today. First of all, in Miami, and then in Dallas. We just asked people what they were thinking.
As far as business, it's been down. We have had people coming in who want to come in to see something happy. It started yesterday morning and then yesterday afternoon, a few more people. They're not buying, though. And I'm right here now adjusting orders and things for the business that we've lost in the past week and a half.
Business is slow, it's slow, and we're expecting to be more slow because we have a lot of people from South and Central America this is our, priority in the business is the people from Venezuela, Colombia, Peru, everywhere. And now we don't think that they are coming.
Been quiet, very quiet. In fact, the streets have been empty. Plenty of empty parking on the street here because a lot of people are glued to their TV sets at their offices or at their homes.
I think everybody has probably reassessed their economic impact and what disposable income they may have. They're probably going to be somewhat reserved, but as our leaders have asked us, we need to try to get the country and our lives back to normal.
You never know about the security of your job, and I'm close enough to the retirement that I don't want to jeopardize any of my retirement funds, and I'd just like to see what's coming up in the next 30 days before I'd make any major purchases.
Patience that man has, and it's rather what the president asked the country to have. Now let me turn to Betsy Stark, weigh in.
Well, a couple of points I want to pick up on, Peter. First, I think what we were hearing is, in a broad sense, the mood of the consumer. And the mood of the consumer is a very important factor in how the economy is going to perform. I mean, stores are open, so in that respect, it's business as usual, but nobody's in a mood to buy. I mean, there's a gloomy atmosphere. People are preoccupied, or people are at home following the coverage here in New York City, of course, in a more personal way, trying to grapple with it. But if you have people who are gloomy, if you have people who are preoccupied, if you have people wondering how the markets will open, you do get an economic impact from that. That's why some economists are saying this may tip a fragile economy into recession. I also want to follow up on a point that Ken was making. For sure, there are some businesses whose records will be lost, whose records were only on paper, but the major Wall Street firms all run what they call hot backup sites, so that whenever they're performing transactions, there is in another location, a secured location, a simultaneous record of everything that's taking place. And a lot of this was beefed up during the preparation to Y2K. That's when they thought the big meltdown would occur. They would have, power blowouts and the computers would crash. In fact, what they're finding now is that a lot of the preparations they made for Y2K are working to benefit them now because they've had that kind of crisis situation they need to grapple with.
And yet one of the things that Don Marin said, they need a way to settle transactions. Now, is this simply a temporary disruption because of what's happened to the World Trade Center and on the edges of Wall Street?
My understanding of what he was saying there was that what they need is enough cash in the system to make sure that whether it's you going to your ATM or businesses looking for payments from customers, that money will be there. And the Fed has injected many more billions than usual dollars into the system. Central banks in Europe have done the same thing there to make sure that wherever people are transacting business, that the money is there in the banks, in the system, to let them do that. And that will be, of course, important when the markets open.
Ken, let me ask you this, because it's you and Betsy now here. I'm very grateful to our other guests. They just had to go on and do other things, and I know you do as well. We've been talking for several years about whether or not the financial markets don't have more power than government, and that money markets don't have more authority in international relations than governments do. Is this a time when money markets are likely to operate in such a self-interested way that government won't be able to control them?
I don't think government does control them. I mean, I think they operate under their own selfish interests in the best sense of the word. That is to say that people are making investments based on whether they think they're going to make money on it and not lose money on it. And that goes on all around the world. So government is peripheral in many ways. Now, obviously, they help with credit and enforcement, etc. But I actually think the issue is not so much the macro issue of what's going to happen to the world economy based on this.
But you think this will essentially not change it?
I essentially think it probably will not change it. But I do think it alters and it does change some things in New York. I mean, just think about 10 million square feet of real estate that's empty, and where do those people go from Morgan Stanley and Cantor Fitzgerald? I mean, Cantor Fitzgerald, the talk is that 9 out of 10 people are gone.
Right.
What happens?
Which is this huge bond trading company.
Yeah, I mean, and that's just one of many. And will American Express and Lehman Brothers be able to get into their building nearby? I mean, there are a lot of other companies, Merrill Lynch.
Well, yeah. I mean, in fact, Peter, we know that that many of these companies, not just World Trade Center businesses, obviously, that space is gone. But across the street in the World Financial Center, the headquarters of American Express, the headquarters of Merrill Lynch, the headquarters of Dow Jones, they can't work in those buildings. They may be out of those buildings for several months. Now, the big Wall Street firms, they have locations all over the city. And many of them have offices in Midtown. Many of them have backup operations in suburban Connecticut, across the river. So some of those people will be absorbed in those locations. But Ken is right, for smaller businesses particularly. I mean, the loss of human capital. I mean, you're missing critical personnel. That's an irreplaceable problem. But, New Yorkers are going to have to show their ability to cope. They pride themselves on that. They're going to have to improvise. Apparently, there are businesses already running out of hotel rooms, handshake deals being made on new space to lease in the area. There was a developing surplus of space in Lower Manhattan.
Right.
Now that commercial space is at a premium.
So the general overall real estate market in this enormously influential city is affected as well. Ken, talk a little bit about the other ripple effect. We've heard, at least in the last couple of days, how entertainment is shifting its emphasis. They've canceled some things, they've held back some movies. Actually being affected by public opinion, the National Football League has decided to at least postpone, if not cancel, its game. Baseball. What about baseball? Aside from the metaphorical importance of baseball in the national life, what does this mean in terms of the way the country runs?
Well, you're talking about people. I mean, it all comes back to people and how they feel. In baseball and in football, the players, as I understand it, have been expressed the desire not to play Sunday, which is one of the reasons the NFL cancel the games this Sunday. But I think they're human beings, and they have friends and loved ones who die, and they just don't feel up to it, or there's a real concern about security with so many people in the stadium, legitimate concern. But it has a ripple effect throughout the country. There's also the question of taste. I mean, is it good taste for you to have a public forum and the national pastime when people are suffering? And there's still uncertainty about whether you can get some more live bodies out.
Isn't it very interesting how quickly we turn to what Don Marin referred to as not a financial tragedy, which it is, but a human tragedy as well. As you've listened, so let's shift just a little before we let you go as well. You've talked to hundreds of people, I assume, or dozens of people all across the country in the last couple of days, friends, relatives. I know that you and I have both lost friends of friends. I think that's the case with hundreds of thousands of people. What do you think about the state of the country?
I mean, you have to think multiple things that are sometimes contradictory. I mean, I think on the one hand, we're suffering, and those who haven't lost a loved one, as I haven't, are suffering less than some others who have. But on the other hand, you just look around at these amazing, and you've talked about it eloquently, these amazing expressions of courage and compassion that are extraordinary, and it brings tears to your eyes. I mean, it's really quite extraordinary. You get some sense, I hate to talk about time in one respect, but you get some sense that next week, though this will linger in the American psyche forever perhaps, this largest attack on the United States,
since Pearl Harbor, the largest attack since the Civil War. Will this have, do you think, a profound effect on the national psyche, which is deleterious, negative?
Let me ask the question, turn around your question by asking one. I was walking the other day, the day of the tragedy, when the explosions took place, and a little boy looked up at his dad, and he said, "Dad, will they bomb our building?" Now what happens to that little boy? Will that little boy keep asking that question, or will he forget it? And as most children do, you know, memory heals and you forget and you move on. But if it lingers in that little boy's mind, then obviously it's going to have a profound impact on a lot of little boys and a lot of little girls and a lot of parents in this country.
It's interesting, I had another chance, thank goodness, to talk to my daughter this morning who goes to college, and I've heard from several colleges in the country.
I bet you she's called you a lot.
She's called me a lot, thank goodness. And she was saying that her college, which happens to be in the northeastern United States, that they were setting up a zone of a race-free and anti-bigotry-free zone on the campus. I heard exactly the same from the University of South Florida this morning. And every single public official we have talked to, every public official the country has heard has brought up this issue of caring for people from the Arab world, Arab Americans, Muslim Americans, South Asians. John Ashcroft, the Attorney General, is on the latest person to recognize publicly that we have a problem, Betsy, in this country when it comes to bigotry about others.
One of the things that strikes me as interesting, Peter, as you and Ken were talking about the mood and will it be forever changed, I think in the aftermath we may see the mood shift first from, and as it shifts, the impact on the markets as they reopen change and may move from being frightened to being angry to being defiant. And you were talking before about emails you had received. I received a couple this morning talking about a patriotism rally, just that sort of thing that you had actually raised. I mean, that kind of talk's already in the air. And there is reassurance. You are hearing people here in the United States look at the markets abroad and say, you know, we're not surprised to see that on the day this happened and the day after this happened, people were selling stocks and wondering if the financial system in the United States and in the world would have been crippled. But they came back because it was not brought to its knees. This system went on.
As I said, we lost both Don Marin, the chairman of UBS America, and we lost Andrew Hill, the New York correspondent for the Financial Times, because they both had other things to do. But I wonder if you two would like to stay and listen to an interview which is important to this subject. We've talked a lot about Cantor Fitzgerald, the bond company, which lost, I think 80% of its employees are still missing. We know all companies took a devastating hit at the Trade Center, but this company has risen to the forefront as having suffered grievously. And Connie Chung has sat down to talk with Howard Lutnick, who is the head of Cantor Fitzgerald. And why don't we listen to that?
You got a call this morning that meant a lot to you.
Yeah. One of my employees was actually, I had two this morning, one from Jonathan Newman's wife and one from Glenn Kerwin's wife, both men who are in their the young 30s. Both have kids under 5. And so I picked up the phone and spoke to their wives, and they both had the same message, which was unbelievable, which is they said that if their husbands had to die, that it should have been now because they were so happy. They loved their job. They loved working for me. And they loved the firm, and they thought they were doing great things, and they were really happy. And so for a woman who just lost her husband with little kids to actually have the strength to call me, to try to tell me good things, to support me, was just unbelievable. These are the kind of people that I have, and they're unbelievable.
You have suffered such great professional and personal loss. What is the fate of your brother and your roommate who worked for the company?
My brother was on the 103rd floor. He worked for me, and he worked at Cantor, and he called my sister just after the plane hit, and he told her that he said that the smoke was pouring in. He was stuck in a corner office. There was no way out, and the smoke was coming in, and he's not good, and things were not good, and he's not going to make it. And he just wanted to say that he loved her, and he wanted to say goodbye and tell everyone that he loved them. And then the phone went dead. So while I'm the head of the company, I'm trying to help my 700 employees who are missing their loved ones. I'm just another one of them. Just another one of them.
Normally, you would have been in your office on which floor?
105th floor. On
the 105th floor. And yet you didn't go in early that morning because of a critical decision you made.
My little boy, I have a 5-year-old, and it's his first day of kindergarten at Horace Mann, so I took him for his first day of big boy school. And because of that, I was late getting down to the office, and therefore I wasn't in the building. I was on my way to the building. So.
And when you got to the building?
Well, I saw the building on fire, so I didn't go in. But I stood at the door off of Church Street, where there were flags there, and I stood at the door, and people were coming out, and I was yelling at them, to run and get out. And there were police sort of around me yelling at people, telling them to get out, and I would ask them what floor they were coming from, what floor they're coming from. And I stayed there, and I kept staying there and yelling, what floor are you coming from? And I got all the police and firemen around me to grab anybody because these people are coming out completely dazed, a straight look, and I'd grab them and shake them, say, what floor are you on? And someone would say, 55, and I'd scream, we have 55, and because I kept wanting to get up the building and get
because
people
all
out
your
of the building.
employees were on
101 to 105. The top floors of number 1 World Trade Center, which they call now the North Tower.
So how high was the highest number that you got to?
I got to the 91st floor, and I knew if I got one employee, if one person came down from that floor, then I know that there had to be others. There would be others behind them. There would be others going out other doors that would be good. But I got up to 91, and then I heard this sound. It sounded like another plane was going to hit the building. But it didn't sound like it was far away. It sounded like it was like right where the ceiling is above us. It was so unbelievably loud. And someone screamed out, another one's coming. So I just turned around and ran, and I was running.
What was it?
It was number 2 World Trade Center collapsing. So I'm standing underneath a building like an idiot, and I start running, and I'm trying to get ahead of the smoke, and then the smoke comes around the corner on Trinity Church where I ran and knocks me down underneath a truck, and I'm sitting there in this the blackest black it can ever be. I reached up, I tried to see if I could see it, I took my hands and I put it up, and I actually touched my eye. And it was so much smoke, and I wasn't smart enough.
You couldn't even see your own hand?
I couldn't see my hand. I could feel the particles in the air. They were like this big. I could feel them going in, and I couldn't think to pick up my shirt and put it. I was just sitting there thinking, I can't believe it. I can't believe by standing there I died. I can't believe it. I called my wife, and she was hysterical crying. And so I understand why it took lots of people a long time. I'm a pretty together person, and 4 hours I just walked north. I just kept walking.
We had received a report that one of your other offices had a squawk box open, and the other offices were able to hear the screams. Is that true?
I don't know that they heard. It is true that we have a squawk box. Yeah, we have a speakerphone because all our offices are connected in our equity business. They're all connected to each other because they talk to each other all day, and they heard them saying, we need help, we need help, we need help. It wasn't screams. There was nowhere to go. Couldn't go down, couldn't go up. There was nowhere to go.
This morning you went to see 2 of your employees in the hospital.
Yeah, Cornell. I had 2, Lauren Manning and Harry Weiser, and both, I think, were on the concourse. And there was a fireball that went through the concourse, and fortunately, it seems to have caught both of them, and they are very, very badly burned, and they're in critical condition, and we're just praying for them. We're praying for them to pull through and be strong. And I've got what I told the families. I said, look, I have 700 families who are dreaming for the way you feel. And you might feel terrible, but I got 700 families who are dreaming to find someone in your husband or your wife's position. So it's just the definition of tragedy.
You actually lived the American dream. You made it. Unfortunately, your parents died of cancer and didn't know. But now, can you can you gauge or tell us what you think can happen to you and your company?
You know, I have no idea why things happen, and I don't know why this should have happened to us and our 1,000 families. But you know, things are different. I mean, my view of business is different. I need to try to be successful in business so that I can take care of 700 families who, you know, I gave my home number out on all the websites for people to call me. I have women calling me saying they don't know if they can pay their mortgage, how they're going to live, what are they going to do. And I think, you know, the remaining staff, both the people in New York, the roughly 300 people we have who are okay in New York, and it's sad that the 300 people were just not in the physical office. They may have been walking in, they may have been in near the elevator, they may have been 5 minutes late, they may have been on vacation or out, but I don't know of a single one of my employees who got down. Zero, and it's really sad. But I think we're all pulling together with a view that we want to make things happen for them. We need to take care of them. We need to figure out how to take care of them, give them more, take care of them. And I think it's going to be a different kind of drive than I've ever had before. It's not about my family. I get to kiss my kids. I get to kiss my kids tonight. But other people don't get to kiss their kids. And I just have to help them. And I think what's amazing, and I think it's amazing, we have 300 people. They lost all their friends. They lost the person to their left. They lost the person to their right. And they call me up and they say, I want to go to work. I said, why do you want to go to work? Let's just go to funerals. And they go, no, I want to go to work. I can't stay home. I can't stay home. I have to work. I have to do something. And so they actually wanted to try to figure out how to be in business. It's unbelievable. It's great. It doesn't make sense. But the reason they want to be in business, and there's only one reason to be in business, is because we have to make our company be able to take care of my 700 families. 700 families. How do you have 700 families? Just, I can't say it. I can't say it without crying.
Howard Lutnick, the CEO of a company which had 700 employees, or as he puts it, Cantor Fitzgerald, 700 families. And their survivors, 200 of them, want to go to work. He says, why not go to funerals? He lost his own brother from the 101st to the 105th floor of the World Trade Center. He knows of not one of his employees who got down. 2 on the concourse were badly burned, are in critical condition. You heard that as clearly as we did. Connie Chung is with us. Connie, what strikes me aside from the story is how extraordinarily generous it is of this man to share this story with us, because, man, it was hard for him.
I agree with you, Peter. He, every day, he goes to the Pierre Hotel where he set up a crisis center where all the relatives can come. And he has phones set up. He has information banks. And he goes and talks to every single one of them. If they have any questions, he answers them. He's given out his home phone number on his website so that anyone can call him, so that he can receive phone calls at 3 a.m. in the morning. And he takes those calls. He talks to his employees. I mean, there is no question that this small, scrappy company, which has now become a symbol, actually, for Wall Street in many ways, since it may very well have suffered the greatest loss of all the companies that were housed in the towers. He's an extraordinary boss. I said, you know, perhaps these employees are calling you because you are an extraordinary boss. And he said, no, it's the other way around. I have extraordinary people who are working for me.
Thanks, Connie, very much. Connie Chung talking to Howard Lutnick, the CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald.
Peter,
let me just ask you, I mean, and I know it's hard. We just want to sit here and think about that. I know, but let me ask you a question based on what Connie said. Is it the company which has suffered the most? Do we actually know that? I keep thinking back to is it Morgan Stanley that has 15, 20 floors, Ken, in the World Trade
They
Center?
have, as I understand it, 3,500 employees in the World Trade Center, but they have a total of 65 or so thousand around the world. So this company, I suspect, was percentage-wise was decimated, except for some smaller companies that were there, proportionally probably the most decimated. I was just struck by what a good man he is, and you didn't hear talk about profit margins, and he just said, I'm going to do whatever it takes because I'm a human being first, not the CEO first. And I just thought he was extraordinary.
And we talk so much about families. He can kiss his kids tonight, as he said, and we've heard any number of people who have survived this who've turned to us and said, hey man, make a connection with your kids.
Peter, I've in the last couple of days, as New Yorkers wander around, they ask each other, did you know anybody? And everybody seems to know somebody or know of somebody who was lost in this tragedy. And at Cantor Fitzgerald, everybody knows 40 or 50 or 100 people who were lost in this tragedy. So the magnitude is astonishing.
Please go on.
Yeah, I was also, as Connie said, that Cantor Fitzgerald had set up an operation in one of New York's hotels. I was reminded that other firms are doing that as well, that they are recognizing that in the aftermath they need to cope with not just logistically how are they going to get their businesses up and running, but how are they going to heal their employees. And so Oppenheimer Funds, for example, has set up in 4 different hotels what they're calling reunion groups. So employees can get together and share the experience, share what they saw, and begin to kind of heal psychologically before they actually have to get back to, you know, what really is the rat race of Wall Street, where you've got to be able to keep up with this frantic pace, this real-time pace of trading in the markets.
It was quite, I don't know if you saw it, Ken, and it's hard to move on from an interview like this that we've just heard, or from an experience like this, not the interview, but the experience that we listened to in this, but we must. And it was interesting to see the Mercantile Exchange in Chicago today. Did you see it? I mean, there was a moment of silence at noon Eastern time, 10 o'clock in the Midwest. And then when it was over, wham, it was in some respects a reinvigoration of the energy of the country to see them go back to trading almost immediately.
Well, you have to move on. You can't be frozen, and this man will move on too, and his company will move on. But it's hard to imagine that at this moment.
Yes, exactly. It's always the moment. Betsy, you talked very briefly about the Federal Reserve tomorrow, and I'm not sure people fully understand that the Federal Reserve today was made, about $50 billion available primarily to bolster the liquidity of European markets?
Well, the central banks of Europe, in a coordinated action, moved to bolster the liquidity of European markets. Our markets aren't up in trading, so the ones that are, financial regulators around the world want to be sure are operating smoothly.
So this was basically to the subsidiaries of European banks operating in the United States?
This was a move by the central bankers of Europe, the Fed equivalents, to make sure that the European banking operations and European markets have the liquidity they need.
Okay, well then help me. I'm not understanding this then, because the AP is reporting out of Washington that the Federal Reserve was making $50 billion available, the U.S. Federal Reserve, to stabilize the operations of European banks in the United States.
So that would be our contribution to that greater sum.
And the Fed also announced Thursday it was temporarily moving operations of the New York Federal Reserve, which performs these key operations, implementing the interest rate, having another operation which has had to move in New York City.
The New York Fed is located right in that World Trade Center area, Peter. Is probably another one of those buildings that to re-enter it now might interfere with rescue operations, and who knows what kind of damage has been suffered there.
What else do you think we need to understand at the moment about the business of the country? We heard the consumers in Dallas, we heard the consumers in Miami, we've heard those of you who watch it very carefully talk about the impact of consumer confidence, 2/3 of the economy. What else do we need to understand about the running of the country at the moment, Ken?
I think we've covered a lot of it, Peter. I think one of the interesting questions, it's not the huge question that you just posed to us, but one of the real questions is, will they rebuild the World Trade Center? Because you can make an economic argument from a real estate point of view. With a soft real estate market, that, in fact, there's an argument not to rebuild it. And the argument to rebuild the World Trade Center may be more symbolic than it is economic.
I actually raised this yesterday for the first time and raised it delicately. But has it been talked about out there about whether or not it should be built either from an economic point of view?
No,
or
but I was interested when Giuliani was asked this question at one of his press conferences. I think it was yesterday. He said we're going to build something. I'm not going to say it's going to be 110 stories, but we're going to build something. And I think that was an indication that, in fact, there are lots of people who are probably telling the mayor of New York and prospective mayors of New York that maybe we shouldn't rebuild two 110-story towers.
It does remind me a little bit of Oklahoma City and the very intense and very often painful debate after the Oklahoma City disaster about what to build in place of the Murrah Federal Building. And they ultimately built a memorial which I think has satisfied most of the people in Oklahoma City, but not everybody. But there was a real debate about what you do for yourselves in your community in order to sustain or cherish this memory, and what you do to show the rest of the world who you are. Right. A very tough call.
And we've heard, Peter, and some of our coverage, people say, well, I wouldn't want to go work again in a building that is such a symbol, as well as an office building. That's a notion that gives some people pause. And I think New York City officials will be thinking about how to make sure they can keep Wall Street as Wall Street. Make sure that there isn't some exit over to Jersey City where some of these firms have operations because of some feeling of vulnerability.
That's a very interesting point. We've seen several pieces today. I've seen several reports today that this vulnerability of New York. People have always been tempted away. People in other places are always tempting New York businesses to go somewhere else. And this, I agree, is a real issue for the financial capital of the United States. I want to thank you both very much. Betsy's going to stay, Ken.
I can go to work.
But yeah, absolutely. and I look forward to whatever it is you write in the New Yorker about this or anything else. Great reporter. Thank you for coming.
Thanks, Steve.
Ken Aletta of the New Yorker, Betsy Stark, our financial editor in so many respects. You're not going anywhere.
Okay.
Except maybe to the phones. Thank you both very much. Well, it's 9 o'clock Pacific time. I beg your pardon. It's 11 o'clock Pacific time. Try always to have things in focus from the point of view of those in other parts of the country, not just those of us who live here in New York. And we're going to try to there's been a good deal happen this morning, and those of you who have been with us very recently saw this quite astonishing expression of his company's experiences from Howard Lutnick, who is the CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald. And we will undoubtedly see that or portions of that again today. But we've been talking here about the business of the country, and the general consensus, or the consensus, I think, among Ken Aletta, Betsy Stark, and others who joined us here this morning is that the financial markets now rely very much on the question of American consumer confidence. And we mentioned at one point consumer confidence was a week ago, at least according to ABC polls, at its lowest level since March of 1977. And we've been discussing the impact, and you at home and everywhere else have been thinking about the impact of this attack on the country on business consumer confidence as well as life in general. But we wish to, if we may, set the scene or reset the scene of what is happening in a variety of places at the moment. In New York City, not long ago, 3 firemen were pulled alive from the rubble, reinvesting for people, people reinvesting in themselves the hope that there may be others down there. So we're going to go first to the street to ABC's Cynthia McFadden.
And
Cynthia?
a firefighter.
Cynthia?
Yep, Peter?
Yes?
Peter, we are standing by here outside St. Vincent's Hospital with great expectation. You have seen this site throughout the day today, Peter, and there were no doctors and nurses on the sidewalk until just about the last half hour. From the time that you began reporting that there were 3 firefighters found buried in the rubble, until now, we have seen a steady stream of doctors and nurses come out of the hospital in anticipation that St. Vincent's will, in fact, be the place that they are brought. We thought that perhaps this ambulance you see here was going to contain them, but it does not, apparently. It was a woman brought inside the hospital. I can tell you a couple of other things here, Peter. Inside the hospital right now is the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Governor Tommy Thompson. He arrived about an hour ago. He went upstairs to visit with some of the people who are patients now at this hospital. He intends to talk to the rest of us in about half an hour from now. I understand from hospital officials he's actually staying inside to make certain that his speaking to us does not interfere with the arrival of the firefighters. Just a couple of other things. I heard you discussing earlier, Peter, if the president indeed comes to this hospital tomorrow. We know he's coming to New York, and perhaps he will be coming here. How big an entourage he will arrive with? I can tell you that Tommy Thompson arrived with 8 unmarked cars today and 2 police motorcycles as well as another police van. And in terms of the firefighters themselves, we have an as yet unconfirmed report that the 3 firefighters who have been rescued from the rubble were in a van under a bridge when the building collapsed. Again, that's unconfirmed, but those are from fellow rescue workers who have told ABC News that that is the reason that perhaps they were able to be rescued. We hear sirens all around us, and we hear one coming down right now. Yeah. What the hospital official is reporting behind me is what we suspected. This ambulance here is not related, in fact, to the rescue. Peter, back to you. We'll let you know when they get here.
Yeah, Cynthia, I just want to ask you one more question. What was the effect on people's morale when they heard that the firefighters had been rescued?
Oh, Peter, I mean, hard for me to describe. I mean, these doctors, these nurses have been extraordinarily depressed that they haven't been able to use their enormous skill and talent to actually do some good. They have been enormously frustrated that now we're going into hour 37 since they have received a patient here, someone that they could actually help. So they were enormously elated. I can also tell you, Peter, that we've taken a little walk around the immediate vicinity here in Greenwich Village. We are on 7th Avenue and 11th Street, and everywhere you go, plastered all over the walls, are pictures of people who are missing. Having covered Princess Diana's funeral, and the bouquets of flowers that were everywhere all over London, these flyers may perhaps be remembered, remember this tragedy that way. They are plastered everywhere. Back to you, Peter.
Thanks very much, Cynthia. And your mention of Diana, the former Princess of Wales, leads me to say that in London today, where they change the guard every day at Buckingham Palace, the Coldstream Guards, the band of the Coldstream Guards, part of Her Majesty's household regiments, played the Star-Spangled Banner, while hundreds of Americans outside the palace gates wept, waved U.S. flags, and sang the words to the national anthem. That's outside Buckingham Palace in London today. It was Queen Elizabeth herself who has a long and very deep relationship with the United States, both in personal terms with numerous leaders and, of course, as a country, ordered the special ceremony as a sign of solidarity with the American people suffering, as we all know, from the worst terrorist strike ever. And there were thousands of people there today. The U.S. Embassy in London is in a square called Grosvenor Square. And outside the embassy, there has been, as we have seen here in New York City and elsewhere in this country, large numbers of flowers being laid. The embassies had to add extra consolation books to those they normally have so that people can write messages of sympathy and condolences to American families who have lost loved ones. But at some point today, we do indeed want to see and hear the Coldstream Guards playing the national anthem outside Buckingham Palace, and I have no doubt that our news desk will be looking for that already. Now, John Miller is with us. John Miller, can you bring us any more information on this issue with the firemen?
Yeah, and there's a lot of confusion down there, which is why many different versions of the stories are coming out. But as we can sort through this, there's 2 or 3 different things happening right now. Number one, there's been a shift in the rubble, not as much as a secondary collapse, but certainly something that's kicked up a lot of dust and a new plume of black smoke. They have pulled all rescue workers out of the area of West and Liberty Street, which would be the southwest corner of what had been the Trade Center complex. There were several injuries there. We are told all minor injuries, just cuts and bruises. They are being transported to area hospitals, including a group that's been put on a tugboat towards New Jersey, where they still have a triage staging area. Number two firemen that were involved in the rescue effort fell into a void while they were looking for their colleagues and other victims. Their fire company was then pulled out for their own safety. Then another rescue company was sent in, and they worked for 2 hours to free those 2 firemen. So those firemen were freed from the rubble, but they were not part of the original collapse more than 48 hours ago. Number three, there are rescue workers opposite the firehouse on Liberty Street towards the center of the rubble who are working now still to free 4 firefighters. So there's many operations going on there at once. All of these reports are coming out at once, and that's what's generating the confusion between city officials, between medical officials, and between our people.
Okay, and of course we're passing it on sometimes, but not often, I hope incorrectly. Just to clarify, John, when I said a while ago that 3 firemen had been rescued, in fact it was 2, and it was 2 firemen not who'd been trapped in the original disaster, but who'd fallen into a hole while they were looking for their colleagues. Am I correct?
Right. But at this moment, the thing that you and I were talking about a short time ago, the sound of tapping, from that location, they have apparently found 4 firemen, but they are not pulled out yet. They're still working on that.
Can you be more precise by what people mean about a shift in the rubble?
I spoke to someone who was there who said, I don't know what happened. Suddenly there was smoke everywhere. I had to pick myself up. My hand is injured. He's going to the hospital. There was an alarm that sounded, a 3-2 on a horn down there, which is a signal to pull out. And then the word from people on the scene there was to evacuate that area because there had not been a secondary collapse, meaning not another building had fallen, but there had been a shift in the rubble, which meant part of the collapse that was already there had fallen over and kicked up some new dust and smoke. So we don't know what caused that.
Okay, John, thanks very much. John Miller, keeping us abreast as best we can of the reality of what is really happening on scene in the lower end of Manhattan today. It does remind me again to tell you, and I think you already know this, that one of the emergency room doctors, Dr. Andrew Feldman, I think it was, came to see us yesterday, who had been working in the rubble precisely at Ground Zero. And I said, what's it like compared to what we see on television? And you know, he just answered the question I think we all know, that we see on television a very different view than reality. It's one of the complaints that military commanders sometimes make, is that war is seen in a different way than it really is when it's seen on television, and therefore affects people's perceptions. But there's no doubt none of us have had any difficulty, whether we have been to the site, as many of us have, or not been to the site, as so much of the country has been having some deep connection to what is happening here and at the Pentagon. It has been a very busy morning in Washington. The President has had a very public phone call with the political leadership in New York. The Secretary of State has been talking to the press about the relationship to the international community and the search for the terrorists. The Attorney General and the Director of the FBI have all spoken, as has the Secretary of Transportation, about opening airspace across America. And so let's go to Washington and Claire Shipman and see how best we can get caught up. Claire.
Well, Peter, it has been a busy day here in Washington, and we've seen an emotional president today, both right after the very public phone call you mentioned in which he talked to the mayor and governor of New York. He talked about the sense of grief that everybody's feeling, and you could see on his face just how moved he was. He also made a trip to a local hospital, the Washington Hospital Center, to see injured Pentagon workers. Again, something he's been talking to his staff about wanting to do. In fact, he's declared tomorrow a national day of prayer and mourning, and the president is going to make 2 very public appearances in churches, one here at the National Cathedral in Washington at noon, where he'll participate in a prayer service, and then tomorrow, as you know, he's coming to New York. He's going to attend a memorial service at St. Patrick's Cathedral and then try to figure out some way where he can see the site there without getting in the way of those rescue efforts, because they're very concerned about that. In terms of congressional news, Congress is on the verge of passing a large anti-terrorism package that the president asked for, $20 billion to help fight terrorism and deal with this disaster that the country has on its hands. And Congress is also on the verge of passing essentially some support for the president to use force, a broad authority to use force, which is what the White House was hoping for. We've also learned, Peter, that security detail in Washington is considering some new security measures around the White House. They're thinking about closing a few more streets that surround the White House. We're not sure which ones yet, but we're told that we should know by the end of the day if they're going to move ahead and do that.
Okay, thanks, Claire, very much. Just trying to get people very quickly caught up on some of the other things that developed in Washington. John Ashcroft, the Attorney General, who's not going to talk about the investigation in very much detail, said the government was moving as quickly as it could to help the families of those public officials or public employees who were involved. By that he meant the firefighters and the police and other relief workers who work for various levels of government. And so they're trying to make money available and support available, really, as he said, as a gesture of gratitude to people who have lost their lives in the service of the country. He went on at some length about additional security at the airport, said there was going to be hundreds of marshals deployed in order to create a larger police presence at the airports in the country. He did say at one point, as have numerous other public officials, that there had been concern in government about any threats to Arabs and South Asians in the country, or Americans of Arab and South Asian descent. He put it that way. And he said, as every other public official has said, we as Americans must be at our best. I think we all know what he means by that. He said that as far as the overseas investigation was concerned, that legal attaches at the embassies in many parts of the world are getting lots of local cooperation, that the lead hotline for the FBI had had 2,055 calls. There had been 22,000 suggestions for leads on the government FBI website, but he said they were basically just dealing with thousands and thousands of leads. In terms of the black boxes from the 4 aircraft that went down, he did point out the obvious in some respects, that the ones in New York are going to be most difficult to retrieve if they are ever retrieved. But he did say that the black box from the crash of the United Flight 93 in Pennsylvania was probably the most feasible. And that is, even though the plane is in pieces over a very, very large area at the moment, he thought, and when I say large area, I mean over 6 miles. We'll try to understand that in a little while. But it is the least complicated disaster site, now a crime site, of the 4 aircraft that went down. In terms of the hijackers, he said they now believe there were 18 of them on the 4 aircraft. 2 aircraft, the American Airlines out and the United Airlines out of Boston, had 5 on them each, and that the one that crashed in Pennsylvania and American Flight 77, which of course crashed into the Pentagon, each had 4 on them. He wasn't prepared to identify any of the people who they are looking at in the country, but if you've been listening to the television or to the radio, you will see that there have been a number. There's a group of people out there at the moment, maybe 49 or 50 of them, I think is the latest figure, in which federal authorities are very interested. And then Robert Mueller, the director of the FBI, said they were looking for people who were out of status, by which he meant there's a series of Immigration Naturalization Service regulations, and they're looking for people who they have in their system who may be out of status, so they can at the very least talk them. But they have not yet made any arrests. He would make any other comment on any other operations. It was the Attorney General, I think, or the Director of the FBI, forgotten, who said that indeed they could confirm that some of those involved in these terrorist acts had flight training. Yes, they had the capacity to operate planes, and it was substantial. They were, in all respects, technically proficient. No comment whatsoever on this whole issue of the White House as an argument, as a target, and no comment whatsoever on any of the ongoing operations of the Justice Department. But let me go at that particular point to ABC's Pierre Thomas, who's in Washington. Pierre, have I got the investigation right? And if I haven't, please correct me and add to it.
Peter, you're exactly on the money. One major point today, however, the 18 hijackers. We now have information from our sources that they have identified all 18 hijackers. They actually have photographs, and we may be getting those photographs and their names in the next couple of days, maybe as early as today, Peter. So that is a very significant thing in terms of their investigation, knowing who these people are, and they're moving out in concentric circles from that particular group.
Here, I wonder if you know any more about the investigation of the crash site in Pennsylvania, do you?
Well, the only thing my sources are telling me there is that, again, the black box is so critical because that will augment what they heard from the cell phone calls. It will give them more information about how these attacks were first launched.
And the Attorney General has said he is not prepared. Everybody's being asked about Osama bin Laden. He said he was not prepared to identify anybody who had ultimate responsibility for that. And is that precisely the company tone, the company rule at the moment in terms of talking to the public?
Peter, it is the company tone, but I can tell you I've talked to a number of very senior officials in government, and they say Osama bin Laden is prime suspect, that a number of these suspects had connections to him, and they're pursuing them, but they want to be clear on all the details before they make that final announcement, because after that, action will be coming very, very quickly.
Okay, thanks very much. Now let us move to the international dimension of this, because this is a crisis, which many people call a war, certainly a crisis, which has any number of international dimensions. The Secretary of State Colin Powell held a briefing today, said a couple of things that were simply interesting, including the fact that of all the 7 countries which are on the U.S. list of those countries which sponsor, those states which sponsor terrorism, only Iraq had not extended its sympathies or whatever to the United States. Syria, Iraq, Libya, Iran, Afghanistan, North Korea, and Sudan, all are on that list, and only Iraq, not to the Secretary's surprise, he said, has not said anything to the United States. They're looking at a terrorist organization which has the capacity to have done this. There is a list of candidates. We're pretty certain that Osama bin Laden is currently in Afghanistan. Whether he's under arrest or not, we do not know. The Secretary has said any number of times that one of the key issues is Pakistan. The new American ambassador to Pakistan, Wendy Chamberlain, has been in to see General Musharraf, and Secretary Powell is going to talk to him this afternoon. I think at this point we want to bring in Martha Raddatz, who is our correspondent at the State Department and who was at that briefing. The first headline, I think, Martha, am I correct here, is that retaliation, for which so many people in the country hunger almost, is going to be months away.
Well, Secretary Powell did not say that on the record today. I have talked to several people who say that things should calm down in the language of retaliation. Indeed, they are looking at suspects. And in fact, Secretary Powell did say on the record today that one of those suspects is bin Laden, and he's the first cabinet member, first senior official to say that on the record. But they are saying that any sort of military retaliation will take time. Even if they determine who did this, who was behind it, it is something that could take months. They're very nervous about hitting the right targets and hitting a target that will matter. They also want to rally world opinion, and if the United States went in quickly, hit the wrong targets, had a lot of civilian casualties, then they would lose world opinion.
Martha, I'm sure you ask people in the State Department this, or remind them, as if they need to be reminded, that there are a great many people in the country who feel an urgent need to retaliate against somebody. So what's the department say about that?
Well, indeed, there is that urgency. There's a lot of that feeling at the Pentagon. There's a lot of that feeling in the State Department. But they really want to be cautious about this. They do say if something happens, it will not be pinprick strikes. They said in the United States in the last 5 or 6 years, you've seen pinprick strikes. You know how the campaign in Bosnia started. It was just pinprick strikes. They said this will be a measured response. We want to make a difference. And also the senior official I spoke to said this sort of campaign could go on for months and months.
Now, every country in the world has a desk officer, an American who works on that country's desk at the State Department today. Put aside America's friends for a moment. What are you getting from those desk officers about those people in the country who can genuinely be regarded as America's enemies and allies?
Well, it's funny you should use the word friends, Peter, because that's the word Colin Powell used today to describe Pakistan. And in fact, he has already just a short time ago, he has talked to General Musharraf about what Pakistan is expected to do here. He will not, again, say that on the record. I've talked to some senior officials, desk officers as well, about what he said to Pakistan. And basically what they're demanding is that Pakistan provide airspace in case there is some sort of military response, that they close the borders to Afghanistan, that they stop sending fuel to the Taliban. As far as enemies, you heard Secretary Powell today talk about Saddam Hussein. He certainly wouldn't say whether he thought he had anything to do with it, whether Saddam Hussein had anything to do with these attacks, but he did say he doesn't expect any kind words from his kind. They are getting some sense of support. You've heard the world condemn the violence, but they really want action. They really want formal answers, and they have not gotten formal answers, including from Pakistan.
Okay. Thanks very much, Martha Raddatz at the State Department. Many Americans have had a hard time. I'm just trying to think precisely how to begin this. Many Americans have had a very difficult time understanding. Let's put it this way. I think all of us have had a hard time understanding those characters, those terrorists, those people who are so indifferent to human life that they would take the lives of innocent civilians into their hands on 4 aircraft and then take the lives of so many other Americans by crashing them into 2 buildings and the Pentagon and into rural Pennsylvania. But what we want to try to do in the next period of time is to try to understand in a little broader terms why people out there feel so strongly about the United States. In some cases, why do they hate the United States? And we've asked 3 people to come and join us who we all think can make a contribution to our understanding about this. And I think it'll be a very interesting discussion. I beg your pardon, 4 people, of course. In no particular order, I want to introduce first in our Washington bureau Hisham Melhem, who is the Washington reporter for As-Safir, which is a Lebanese newspaper. Mr. Melhem, thank you very much for joining us. In Washington as well, David Makovsky, who is at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy and a former editor of the Jerusalem Post, which is an English language newspaper in Jerusalem. On the telephone from Ramallah in the Palestinian territory. Oh, she's on television. That's wonderful. From, well, then you have to tell me where she is. She's Hanan Ashrawi. It's important where she is. Hello, Hanan. Hanan Ashrawi is
hello, Peter.
widely known in the United States and is a spokesperson for the Arab League. She is, of course, a Palestinian. Where precisely are you, Hanan?
I'm in Ramallah, Peter.
Oh, you're in Ramallah.
On
She's
the
in
West
Ramallah,
Bank.
which is her hometown on the West Bank.
Yes.
And finally, in our Washington bureau, Judith Kipper, our longtime analyst of affairs, both East-West and Middle East. And Hanan, you know America very well. You went to school here, as I recall. You're a scholar from the University of Virginia. Your children have gone to school here as well. I don't know many people in the Arab world, certainly among Palestinians, who know the United States any better. Those people who attacked the United States yesterday, why do they hate us? That's the question everybody's asking.
Well, it's very hard to forecast and to conjecture on motives, but certainly the whole issue of the legacy of the Cold War is still with us. And I think in many cases there are a combination of factors. U.S. foreign policy, a sense of power and unbridled power. If by any chance Osama bin Laden or any of the other groups are involved in that, it would mean that the U.S. Itself had contributed to the formation of these groups in the days of the Cold War, when it trained people like that. The CIA funded them, trained them, gave them weapons in its fight against communism. And also during the days in which the U.S., for example, fought Arab nationalism, and instead of using it as a cohesive force and viewing it as a source of stability, it fought it and supported all sorts of extremist groups in order to undermine that and, as they said, to fight communism. There are other factors, a sense of extreme victimization, a sense of exclusion. There could be also factors of fundamentalism and zealotry. These exist in all religions, and I would caution against attributing it only to one religion. We in Palestine feel the impact of fundamentalism from 3 religions, not just one. Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. And any person or group that feels that God gave it a divine right and a superior status over others certainly is going to go to extreme measures, and they would have disregard for human lives if they believe in the so-called absolute justice of their cause. But there are also other factors involved.
I'll ask you to come back to factors. Let us involve some other people. First, let me go to Washington and ask David Makovsky the same question, former editor for the Jerusalem Post. It's the question on people's minds, Mr. Makovsky. Why do they, whomever they may be, hate us?
Well, I guess that's really, Peter, the real question. Who is they? I mean, if bin Laden is the leading suspect, then we have to be very careful until we know if that is the case. I think we have to listen to what he says. And what he's talking about is a sense of rejection of Western civilization. He sees in the U.S. going in the Middle East or out in the world as blocking somehow the ascendance of Islam. I think he has a very distorted view of Islam and uses that to purvey hate. So I think his grief is with Western civilization. He says it, and I think we should listen to what he says.
You said, and other people believe, that the United States, or the West, the material West in some respects, is blocking the ascendance of Islam. What do you mean?
Well, from what he says so long as the U.S. is in the Gulf and the U.S. has a presence there, that he will fight to liberate it from Muslim lands. And I mean, the fact that the U.S. 3 times has used force in the last 10 years, it's interesting. It's always been on behalf of a Muslim state, for the Albanian Muslims, for the Muslims in Bosnia, for Kuwait, which was a vanquished Arab state, although it was fighting another Arab state. But 3 times the U.S. has used its military, and it's been on behalf of Muslims. And yet, he has a beef with the U.S.
Let me go to Hisham Melhem, who's in Washington, the reporter for As-Safir, which is the daily newspaper. First of all, am I pronouncing your name both correctly?
Hisham Melhem. Yes.
Melhem, that's what I said. It is of course, As-Safir.
Right.
Try to answer the same question. I mean, no country in the Middle East has been so tortured, perhaps other than the Palestinian and Israeli conflict, has been tortured by Islam, capitalism, communism, Christianity, Islam, as has Lebanon. So you should understand who out there hates the United States and why.
Well, there are many people in the region who have deep feelings of resentment against the United States policy in the region. I mean, beyond the obvious reasons of the United States being the only empire in the world today with an incredible reach, incredible cultural, political, economic influence that affects the daily lives of the region, including people in Lebanon and throughout the Arab world. But I think if we're talking about Osama bin Laden, we're talking about zealots. Religious zealots are absolutists, whether they are Christians or Jews or Muslims, and they believe that they have the right, a divine right, to impose their will on other people. Osama bin Laden, if he is the culprit here, is waging a war not only against the West, a crusade against the West, he's waging a war against his own people because he has a malignant, malign, distorted view of Islam that he would like to impose on the rest of the region. And although it is ironic that these views of the West did not bother him a lot when he was in collaboration with Western powers, when they were fighting together the communists in Afghanistan. I think bin Laden is exploiting the deep sense of grief, resentment, anger in the Arab world because of certain U.S. policies towards Israel, towards Iraq, and he's taking that into extreme. But I think we should put this whole thing in context. Obviously, American-Arab relationships are complex, multifaceted. If you look, and when Arabs look at the United States, they see different Americas. They see, if you ask the Kuwaitis and the Saudis, they see the United States as the savior and the protector. If you ask the Iraqis, many of them, they will tell you it's the tormentor. If you ask many Palestinians, they will tell you it's the facilitator of Israel's continued occupation. And beyond that, there are many Arabs who also lament the fact that the United States doesn't speak strongly against the abuse of human rights in those Arab states that are close to the United States. But I would add, Peter, quickly that This is a recent phenomenon. For more than a century, there was a huge reservoir of goodwill towards the United States and the Arab world because it was the only major Western power without colonial legacy in the region, and because of the immense contributions of American educational institutions in the region, such as the AUB, and you know it very well, American University in Beirut, American University in Cairo. But this began to change with the establishment of Israel and Palestine, and particularly after the '67 war, when for most Arabs, the United States became the protector of Israel, and the United States, embraced Israel, Israel very tight.
Mr. Melham, I apologize for interrupting you, and you're very eloquent on the subject. I want to, if I may, just hold the Israeli-American-Palestinian question for just a second, because there is a tendency, and let me ask you this first and then go to Judith Kipper, our analyst in Washington. There is a tendency in the United States, and in other countries as well, to believe that despite what Hanan Ashrawi said, and you, that there is something about Islam that breeds this kind of terror. What do you think?
Look, I'm a secularist. I'm not a Muslim, although I believe that Islam is part of my cultural heritage. There are many zealots in every religion. The historic encounter, I know this is not the place to talk about history, maybe. The historical encounter between Islam and the West was very complex, multifaceted. We've seen armies from the West coming to the Middle East, from the Middle East going to the West. The Mediterranean was a great bridge for exchanging goods and ideas and people. It was also a bridge for warfare. So we have that legacy. Only the Western Muslim powers threatened the West at one time. And in modern times, many Muslim countries, many Arab countries were under the yoke of Western colonialism. With all the ramifications of such a control. So yes, we have a legacy.
We cannot escape history, I think, is the
absolutely,
point you're making.
absolutely.
Okay.
That's the problem, and we are in many ways we are still hostage to the suffering that kind of complex history brought about. But we are not condemned to fight a civilizational war, as some people allege in the United States, as some people like Osama bin Laden allege on the other side.
Okay. Now let me ask Judith Kipper a question, and I apologize for interrupting you. I just want to make everybody gets a fair crack at this. Judith Kipper, who's got a long experience in the Middle East. We've been very careful, Judith, talking to the audience and saying that we're not sure this is Osama bin Laden, and until the United States points its finger directly and finds Osama bin Laden responsible, we have to be just that careful. But if it were not Osama bin Laden, specifically, the people who did this to the United States and others who applauded it, are they the same kind of people?
I think they are, Peter, and I think the legacy of petrodollars after the 1973 Arab-Israeli war, when enormous wealth came into the area without work and produced a lot of infrastructure, but none of the Arab regimes really took a lesson from it to produce decent education or participation or democratization or even economic opportunities. And today you have 70% of the population of the Middle East that were born since petrodollars. They're under the age of 25. So this 70% is extremely frustrated. They witnessed the Iranian Revolution, the Iran-Iraq War, the Oslo peace process, 2 intifadas, and a number of other events that perhaps I am missing. So you have people, young men without direction, terribly frustrated, not very well educated, have no stake in the systems in which they live, very angry, and the object of their anger tends to be the United States, because it's very, very difficult for them to demonstrate or to show publicly any anger against their own regimes, because it's simply not tolerated.
There is no truly democratic regime anywhere in the Middle East. It can be argued in many cases with the exception of Israel, correct?
I would say that there are processes of democratization in a few countries, but no democracy. Ironically, the country that has a process of change by a major process of democratization is Iran. And of course, the United States and Iran are not speaking, and we have a unilateral embargo on Iran, and we're not engaging with Iran to try to influence the outcome of that process in a positive way. And this is also a huge legacy, not only of petrodollars, the youth explosion, the slow economic growth, but of the, every action has a reaction. And after Afghanistan, there were a lot of young men roaming around who had nothing to do.
And all they know how to do is fight guerrilla wars, and we see it now.
You're talking about after the struggle in Afghanistan to get rid of the Soviets, in which the United States and Osama bin Laden were actually in many respects on the same side. And in some, are you arguing, let me turn to Hanan Ashrawi and ask her this question, because many of these young men come from the Arab world. Hanan, do you think that the West is just simply reaping, in some respects, the crop that it helped to sow in Afghanistan?
Yes, I certainly think so. And while I agree with much of what Judith has said, but I certainly don't agree that the U.S. is the unwitting target of the young people's frustrations with their own situation, disenfranchisement, and the status of their regimes. No, I think that the U.S. has had a very direct role in the politics and the realities of the region. I think it has helped shape attitudes directly. As I said, many of the mistakes of U.S. foreign policy during the Cold War as well, and the fact that it harbored and encouraged extremism and fundamentalism as a means of trying to fragment the Arab world. And of course, since the creation of the State of Israel, and particularly since '67, as Hisham Milham had said, all this goodwill that the Arab world had for the U.S., it squandered by its blind support for Israel. I can give you a few examples. Palestinians are being shelled and killed. Individuals are being assassinated by rockets, by missiles fired from Apache helicopters, gunships, fired from F-16s. They all have made in the USA on them. And so, in a sense, there is a direct, I'm using this only as an example, a direct intervention. So the Palestinians feel that the U.S. is not just a peace broker or a sponsor or whatever. They feel that it is taking an active role, an active part in their daily realities. And at the same time, they're trying to make a distinction.
Can I stop you for just 1 second? I apologize, because I think it's important in broad terms for Americans to understand or to know whether or not the current conflict, the current enduring conflict between the Palestinians and the Israelis, which is at an extraordinary level of intensity at the moment, constant Israeli attacks against the Palestinian territories, Palestinian, in many cases, terrorist bombers going into Israel. Is that a contributing factor to the global terrorism and what we're seeing here in the United States?
I would say that's a contributing factor to instability, distrust, hostility, and a sense of victimization. The unbridled use of power, unchecked. The fact that Israel is given preferential treatment, treated as a country above the law, all its sins forgiven even ahead of time, a priori, while the Palestinians are totally deprived of the protection of the law and are constantly even blamed, even though they are under occupation, being killed, starved. I mean, the Palestinians now, for the first time, I see genuine hunger. Totally fragmented.
And the Palestinians is the point you're making the Palestinians hold the United States as accountable for that as they do Israel?
I think there's a serious paradox here. I think it's a dilemma. The Palestinians are desperately reaching out to the Americans, and you hear that all the time. First of all, believing that the American people have a sense of fair play, and they don't understand why the American people are maligning them. But two, they're reaching out to the American administration and saying, you launched this peace process, we trusted you. We sort of cast our faith with you, and then you betrayed us, in the sense that you allowed all these things to happen without intervention. You continue with this support and cover for Israel.
David McCoskey.
So there is this double attitude, I think, between the Palestinians and the Americans. But I don't want to oversimplify the issues. I think so long as the Palestinians are being treated this way, and the whole Arab world now with the information revolution and Arab satellite stations, the whole Arab world is watching daily bodies being charred, shelled, destroyed, homes being shelled and destroyed, trees uprooted. There is this feeling has become part of a collective grievance.
I recognize that I am in danger here of generalizing about one of the world's most complicated subjects, but I do want to, for which I apologize to all of you, because you could talk about this and have talked about this for years. David McCoskey from the Washington Institute for Near East Policy. How does the United States, in your view, go forward under the current circumstances? The United States has been attacked by people. What does it do?
Well, I think we need to understand, first of all, and to follow up on some of the things being said before me, there's frustration here on all sides. The Israelis are also frustrated with being the victims of suicide bombing. The issue, Peter, I think, is what are governments doing about it? What sort of tone are they setting? Let's give an example of this morning in the United States. President Bush, before him, Mayor Giuliani, set an important tone by saying to the American street that we cannot tolerate any anti-Muslim sentiment. I was very proud that they did that. That was the right tone of leadership.
Isn't it interesting, though, that they feel compelled to say so?
Yeah, they do feel compelled to say so, but it's important that they're doing it. Unfortunately, what I think is the question is what sort of tone is being set elsewhere. Ms. Ashrawi talks about Palestinian sentiment. The very morning of the World Trade Center bombings in the official state organ of the Palestinian Authority, these are not Hamas radicals. It says that suicide bombing are the noble successors of the people who blew up the Marines, and it said that these are the most noble people on earth. This is what the Palestinian Authority state organ is saying. The question is the tone. And I think if you say, what can the U.S. do? Of course, there's the military side, and there's a lot of different dimensions of this. But one of the most important things, in my mind, I feel very strongly about this, is to get leaders across the world, and that includes in the Arab world, but not exclusively so. And I want to be clear about that, not exclusively so, on all sides, to say religion does not condone suicide bombings, and that is illegitimate. And if we don't root out this sort of idea that religious leaders can get on television, state television, and call for the killing of Americans, which is what's going on in the Palestinian Authority and elsewhere, if they don't set that tone, then what do we expect? And I think Judith is 100% right about the economic failures and all that. The point is that the leaders find it easy to deflect attention from their own failures in terms of their own economies. What they could do constructively, if you say tomorrow morning what should be done, what should be done is very simple. Ask every religious leader to get up and to say that suicide bombing is against religion. Have a world conference of leaders, of religious leaders across the world. Get up and say any leader who says that suicide bombing is legitimate is outside the pale.
Okay, I apologize for interrupting you two. I just want to ask Mr. Milham, Hisham Milham, a colleague reporter in Beirut, to give us the last word here, because Americans just cannot understand why many Arab leaders don't stand up in front of their own people and say this has been a horrible act or other acts are horrible acts. And is it in part because there is such a disconnect between government and the street in the Arab world?
Well, to begin with, I'm not known for being very nice to Arab leaders, but at least we have to say that most of them, if not all of them, condemned in the strongest terms.
You make a very good point.
What occurred? I mean, the tragedy and the inferno that we saw in New York, and I think they were genuine, and some of them actually, and again, I don't want to defend them. Some of them, like Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and others, were subjected to this kind of incredible terror against them from the likes and from the soulmates of Osama bin Laden, if not from Osama bin Laden himself. Now, about the disconnect between the Arab leaders and their own street, the disconnect between the Arab leaders and some of the world opinion, yes, of course it exists. Most of these rulers are autocratic rulers. They were not elected. They are not accountable for the opinion, public opinion in their own country, although we have to admit that even though we are dealing with non-democratic regimes on the whole, there is such a thing called public opinion in the Arab world, and we can measure it in so many ways, including opinion poll, but there are other ways also to measure it. And some of them are aware today that there is a great deal of resentment and anger and frustration in the Arab street because of the ongoing tragedy in Palestine, because the United States appears to them as the protector of Israeli conquest of the Arabs. I mean, the Arabs will understand an American commitment to the survival of Israel, but they cannot understand and they cannot tolerate America's support, or it seems the American support for Israel's conquest or continued conquest of the Palestinians. There is also the frustration over the tragedy of Iraq, although not only the sanctions are responsible for it, the regime, the brutal regime of Saddam Hussein is also responsible for it, but many people sometimes probably find it easier to lump it on and to blame the Americans. Again, this is the empire. I mean, the American reach, empire. The American reach in the Arab world, Peter, is incredible. It's cultural, it's political, it's economic, it's strategic. It affects the the daily life of every Arab. And that's something sometimes the average American cannot understand.
Please.
The incredible heavyweight of the American influence in the region. And sometimes the Americans do not use that influence for good deeds, for the welfare of the people there. And that's why I mentioned in passing the issue of human rights in the Arab world, where we see a great deal of violations there.
Okay. I apologize. To have four people who know this so well, and to realize that this is what they have discussed throughout their lives, and to have to cut them off, not a good idea. But I want to thank them all. Hisham Melhem, the reporter for As-Safir, who is based in Washington. Hanan Ashrawi, who is the spokesperson for the Arab League. And it's interesting, on the television from Ramallah tonight, in the Palestinian territories, a city that is very often cut off under the current circumstances. Hanan, thank you very much for giving us the time. David Makovsky at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy in Washington, and our own Judith Kipper, ABC's analyst Judith Kipper. And we're going to keep you around, Judith, to help us interpret, not interpret, but to restate some of the opinions that we've heard so eloquently today. Thank you all very much. Let us continue with our coverage by turning it over for just a couple of minutes to Charlie Gibson. Charlie, find out what you've discovered in the last bit.
Well, Peter, I want to talk to you a little bit about the mood down at the rescue site at the World Trade Center, the former World Trade Center site, really, I guess is the only way to refer to it. The rescue workers, and there are thousands of them, were going in and out in shifts during the day, at night. The mood was so discouraged yesterday. They are rescue workers, and they had no one to rescue until this afternoon. Now, I know you and John Miller were trying to discuss the absolute number of people who had been found today. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to clear it up for you, but I'm going to give you some sense of how elated the rescue workers are down there, that finally some people have been found alive. You're going to hear the voices of some of the people who were down there. One, a carpenter from Harlem, here in the New York area, who was volunteering, going in there on his own time. Then a fireman who seems so elated that they have found some people. The carpenter again, and then a second fireman. But they are up now that some people have been found alive. Just listen to him.
Today is a lot of good hopes today, because a lot of firemen is coming out. I've seen 5 firemen come out in the last 2 hours walking on their own feet.
And they've been buried this whole time?
They've been buried for 2 days, and they coming out there, and they coming out alive. So keep our hopes up. We should have a whole lot more living under there.
We were removing the debris. We had a large steel wall behind the beam. When they removed that, 2 firefighters just came crawling out. It was unbelievable.
What was your feeling after having been there yesterday, seeing nobody, no living come out?
Amazing. You can't believe it. The whole place went crazy. Everybody's screaming, chanting, just happy you could do something good.
How are they physically?
They walked out on their own. Let's take it from there. I think they'll be okay. They walked out, and that's amazing. And some good will get out of this. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
It's a much better day than it was yesterday, because yesterday all I seen was body bags.
A lot of body bags?
A lot of body bags.
Tell me how today is better than yesterday.
Because at least it gives you more hope to see the firemen. I mean, every time a fireman comes out of there, and that's all I have seen. I've only seen firemen. I haven't seen any survivors from the building. But everybody's cheering. USA, it keeps us strong, keeps the people working, keeps us happy. It gives us a reason to come back out here tomorrow, that's for sure.
All I know is 5 alive, 2 walked away. That means there's going to be more survivors. There's finally a good feeling coming out of this.
They were all firemen, sir?
Yes, ma'am, from my understanding.
That is a wonderful phrase. It is euphonic and it is euphoric. 5 alive, they're able to say. 5 firemen who were found today. 2, as they said, just walked away. We're not sure if a 3rd walked away, but all 5 are alive. And that, as you saw, gives a sense of hope to all those who are down on a site that has been so difficult. But I don't mean in any way to sugarcoat this. It is really a hellish scene is being described by all of those who are down there. And so just as a counterbalance, I want to show you, Peter, a piece of videotape of another fireman who was down there who as he sat after a shift at the Trade Center site, he was talking on a cell phone to his mother and also conversing a bit with reporters, but giving us some sense of just, there's no other word for it, just what a hell it is down there on the World Trade Center site. Take a listen.
All those signatures on my bandana are for guys that I fought with within the last 3 days, and 2 of them are dead. And I can't disclose their names. And my heart goes out. My heart goes out.
Will you be going back in?
I don't know. Maybe. Are you still there? You look. I love you, Ma.
I said this earlier, but Glenn Ray is talking to his mother. We've just made contact with her in Long Island.
It's hell. I've been trying to beat a lot of stuff in my life. But it's hell.
Can I get some water, please? Can someone give me some water, please?
I've never seen anything like it. It's one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. But we're all brothers. We all got to stick together.
So just some reflection of really the different emotions that exist for people that are on the site, involved in the rescue. The hopefulness of the firemen having seen 5 of their brethren emerge, and that young carpenter who said so eloquently yesterday it was all body bags, and today it's live people, and that gives us hope. And then the other rescuer who has been in there talking to his mom and talking to reporters, just talking about what a hell it is with the body parts and the debris and the extreme depression that a lot of the fellows feel that are in there. So 2 snippets there, Peter.
Thanks very much, Charlie. 2 very important and more than snippets indeed. Thank you very much indeed for your continuing contribution. Now I want to go to the street and just have both Cynthia McFadden and ABC's Bob Jameson as we see other examples of unification on the street. And it's fascinating in the wake of this conversation we've just had about another very, very violent, troubled part and complicated part of the world to see the unity which exists here in the United States. It is just so extraordinarily different. There are a lot of airplanes, by the way, now on the move all over the United States, and I think in a couple of minutes we'll be able to give you a sense of what air travel and air traffic looks like throughout the United States and Canada today. But for the moment, let's go to Cynthia McFadden, who is on the street, and then to ABC's Bob Jameson. Cynthia.
Hi, Peter. I can tell you that things here have really increased in number. A huge crowd is gathered behind us, a couple hundred people lining the sides of the street, with word that some of these firefighters have been rescued and perhaps will be brought here. It's still a waiting game, of course. They have not yet been brought here. The number of press reporting from this location is also about quadrupled in size in the last hour and a half. But so far, the firefighters have not arrived. I can tell you a little bit about Governor Tommy Thompson's remarks, having gone inside and met with some of the survivors of the building collapse. He says that he came because the president wanted to make sure that the American people understood that we were doing everything possible, that there was no resource that wouldn't be provided to this, that he fully expected the $20 billion to go through, and that would just be the first round of funding. He said 2 important things, I think, to the people of New York. One is that the CDC, the Center for Disease Control, would immediately be coming to New York to test the quality of the air and water. We've talked a lot about the air and about the acrid smoke in the air and about the problem that the rescue workers are having breathing downtown. As you know, when the wind shifts, that air starts coming uptown. And they said the CDC testers would be here imminently to start testing the air. Water, of course, is also a concern. And he said that that should be happening any moment. There's a counseling line been set up nationally for anyone who wants to call and feels that they need support. That number is 1-800-331-7767. With the Commissioner Thompson was the Secretary of New York's Commissioner, Health Commissioner, Novello, and she said that the commissioners of health in Indiana, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Jersey had all called her offering any amount of resource. She says she expects to hear from other states as well. They both emphasized, Peter, that resources were not the problem. Resources are not the problem, but rather just getting to the people, that the problems at this point are simply a question of trying to get to anyone who still may be alive downtown. commenting about the number of people, the Commissioner of Health said that as to reports that there are tens of thousands of people buried, he believes the number is lower than that, but that there are no numbers. There are no official numbers, at least as far as he was willing to confirm on the record. And Peter, at this moment, it's pretty much hope. As you said earlier, it's the awkward, strange position that these doctors want someone to treat. The frustration is that they haven't been able to treat anyone so far. We're now in hour 38 since anyone has been brought out of the rubble to this hospital.
Thanks very much, Cynthia McFadden, downtown. On the subject of statistics about lower New York, the New York Department of Economic Development gives us a sense of the scope as well. 292,000 people live below 14th Street in New York City, and that is, so you have a better appreciation of it, equivalent to the population of Savannah, Georgia. And just to repeat that counseling hotline, which I hope I have right, which the Secretary of Health and Human Services mentioned, a counseling hotline is 1-800-331-7767, a counseling hotline set up by the Department of Health and Human Services, to which, by the sounds of it, anybody can call and seek answers. 1-800-331-7767. In Lower Manhattan, Bob Jameson. And Bob, we see from this vantage point another large cloud of smoke. It's not the same cloud of smoke, and there have been a couple of very random reports about at least another building in trouble from a structural point of view. How can you help us there? Bob Jameson, do you hear me?
Peter, I'm sorry. We were discussing the location of a vehicle with police and National Guardsmen. Could you please repeat the question?
By all means. I was simply asking you to bring us up to date on what you know, and pointing out that behind you I think we see a billowing plume of smoke, or a cloud of smoke, which we haven't seen in the last several hours. And there are very sporadic, so far unreliable reports, or not unconfirmed reports, of another building in difficulty and in danger of collapsing.
Well, to the smoke first, it has grown and receded throughout the day. Several hours ago, when all activity at the site of the former World Trade Center was stopped because of shift.
To a number of child psychologists in the last several days. We've all of us have had a chance to talk to our own children. In listening to a little earlier the CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald, who said he lost almost 700 employees, or 700 employees are missing, and he's got 700 families. At least we have our own children to talk to. And there's so many questions people have on dealing with children. And at the risk of playing armchair psychiatrist here, you want to talk to people who know, and most parents have this own instinct themselves, to answer the questions which they have. Is there anything that kids can do, or to help the victims? Should we allow our kids to dwell on the tragedy, or should we just get on with our normal routines? A lot of concern in the country about whether or not the tragedy will have a long-term effect on children, and by this, children of every age. And what should I do if I'm too distraught to talk about this with my kids? A lot of us talking to our children in the last couple of days, appreciating to the depths of our being what it is to have our children, find ourselves in a bit of a mess as they are in a bit of a mess, and trying to talk to each other. It's okay for the kids to express anger. How do we answer the children's question, what's next? Incidentally, on Saturday morning on ABC, we've done this before with previous important issues to the country. We're going to have a program in which we'll try to answer children's questions, and we'll hear from children. I always find it a great experience, because very often children are just so much smarter than adults, and we adults get to look over their shoulders or listen over their shoulders and have them answer and ask questions that we're sometimes too embarrassed to deal with. That'll be on Saturday morning at 10 Eastern Time, so I am told by my superiors. Ari Fleischer, the president's spokesperson, is going to try to answer the press's questions, some of which we hope are your questions, in the next minute or so, about what the president has been doing today. We have a pretty good sense of what he has been doing today. He's talked a very public, unusually publicly intimate conversation between, as intimate as politicians can get in public, between the President, the Mayor of New York, and the Governor of New York. And they've talked many times, as the President pointed out, in the last couple of days. But it was very interesting to watch them today. It wasn't by any means an unguarded moment, but it was a very interesting conversation between political representatives. And the President has been on the phone to a lot of overseas leaders, so has the Secretary of State. The President has made it clear he's going to come here to look at this in person in New York City tomorrow as this work continues. He and every other political leader in the country has worked very hard and in most cases very naturally to identify as best they can with the struggle here and at the Pentagon. We must not lose sight of what is going on at the Pentagon. Pentagon officials say that their casualties are probably going to be about 190 dead and missing. They've already said publicly that 74 members of the Army, 42 of the Navy, none of the Air Force or the Marine Corps are either dead or missing. And the last time we checked in, which was a couple of hours ago, it's quite a frantic scene. Not frantic's not the word for it. It's a very busy scene there still. ABC's John McWethy went outside this morning with the Secretary of Defense, Don Rumsfeld, and they walked up and looked at it together. And Mr. Rumsfeld said to John at one point that when this aircraft penetrated the building, you've heard us talk in the past about it only got through several rings of the Pentagon, but the Secretary told us this morning that the nose portion of the aircraft had got pretty far through, closer to that inner courtyard, which helps to make the Pentagon so familiar. On the subject of which, we have heard from our investigative unit recently that United Flight 93, the 757 which crashed in Pennsylvania, now taking a look at that wreckage, the front of the aircraft and the back of the aircraft, we are told by our investigative unit, is 6 miles apart. That's something we're definitely going to come back to. Here is Mr. Fleischer.
Good afternoon. I want to give everybody a report on the President's activities for the day, and then share with you some information about what the various agencies are doing to combat this terrorist attack. There is no evacuation of the OEOB. No. I'll be explaining everything. The President today has made a series of phone calls to world leaders. He has spoken to Prime Minister Koizumi of Japan, Prime Minister Berlusconi of Italy, Lord Robertson of NATO, Crown Prince Abdullah of Saudi Arabia, and Egyptian President Mubarak. As you know, earlier today he spoke with Mayor Giuliani and Governor Pataki to express his concerns about events up in New York and inform them, of course, that he will be going there tomorrow. The President also visited a local hospital today. I'm going to have a little bit more to say of that shortly. And beginning in just a few minutes, the President will meet with members of Congress from the Virginia area and the New York area to talk about the ongoing efforts of the federal government to be of assistance to the families and to the victims. Tomorrow will be a national day of prayer and remembrance. The President will attend a church service here at the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C., and the President is asking all Americans at their lunch hours to go and attend a church, a synagogue, a mosque, a place of their own choosing for worship, to say a prayer in assistance to the families and the victims of this horrible incident. As for the activities of the federal government, let me fill you in on several activities, including the one Helen just asked about. The Department of Defense will be announcing the names of those who are killed in the Pentagon disaster, if families have been notified, for those families that have been notified. The Department of Housing and Urban Development announced that they will direct all FHA-approved lenders to provide relief to families with FHA-insured mortgages affected by the recent attacks by providing additional mortgage flexibility and not to start or threaten foreclosure actions for at least 90 days. Secretary Martinez has also asked all major mortgage lenders, including those who are not insured by FHA, to consider providing relief to families as well. The Department of Treasury, in conjunction with the Department of Justice, has announced the deployment of agents from U.S. Marshal Service, U.S. Border Control, and U.S. Customs at designated airport security checkpoints throughout the country as part of the heightened security measures that have gone into effect. The Secret Service has expanded the security perimeter around the White House, this is what you have seen here, as a precautionary matter. All further questions that I'll refer to the Secret Service. The Department of Transportation, Secretary Mineta, has ordered that national airspace will be reopened to commercial in private aviation. They did so earlier this morning. Airports will reopen on a case-by-case basis only after implementing a more stringent level of security. The Department of Justice, in conjunction with the Department of Treasury, I indicated, has beefed up the security at the airports, and the President has directed Attorney General Ashcroft, and he announced it earlier today, to streamline the application, approval, and payment process for benefit claims of eligible survivors of firefighters, police officers, medical rescue personnel, and other public safety officers who died in the line of duty as a result of the act of terrorism in around our nation on September 11th, 2001. Secretary of Health and Human Services Tommy Thompson is in New York. He has announced that the Department of Health and Human Services will be working with the Federal Emergency Management Administration to provide coordinating counsel and service to victims, their families, and rescue workers. And the Director of the Environmental Protection Agency, Whitman, is also in New York today, and she'll be having a briefing at 5 o'clock. Finally, let me just say this. The President was very touched by his visit to the hospital today. At the hospital, he met with people who are in a burn unit now, who have survived. Some people are there as a result of the heroic actions they took in saving lives. The President met with one family where a mother stood by the bed of her son in the company of a soldier who rescued her son. And she said, "Mr. President, you have no idea how much this means to my family that you're here." He and Mrs. Bush were very touched by the courage that they saw at this hospital and by the determination of our nation and its military and all the people who were affected by this and the people in New York City. The President is also aware there are people in this room who haven't seen their children in days. The President is determined, his resolve is clear and strong, and America is united. And I'm more than happy to take your questions.
Ari, the President is not legally bound to seek a resolution from Congress authorizing the use of military force against whoever is responsible for these terrorist acts. And indeed, he already has a resolution from Congress showing solidarity in any response that he chooses to undertake. Why does the President believe it's necessary to have a separate resolution authorizing the use of military force?
Well, the President views this as a real show of unity by the United States Congress. This is a real result of the expression of the bipartisan, bicameral leadership that met with the President 2 days ago to discuss Congress's role in this matter. So while the premise of your question is accurate, per the Constitution, the President as Commander-in-Chief has authority vested in him to take actions as he deems appropriate. It is also a recognition of the unity of our nation as expressed by the Congress.
Can I do a follow on that, Ari, please? If it is actual war, as the President and others in the administration have declared, does he indeed not need a congressional approval to wage war on anyone? And the second part of the question, yesterday you said from that podium that the plane that hit the Pentagon was destined to hit here, and yet the plane came up from the south along I-95 and hit the West Wing. It doesn't seem to figure. Can you perhaps clarify it for us?
Well, on your first question, the answer is the same as I indicated to Mr. Roberts. The Constitution vests in the President the authority as Commander-in-Chief to take action that in that capacity he deems appropriate. Nevertheless, our nation should be heartened to see the joint action with the Congress as the United States government unites and the President and the Congress discuss the terms of any type of joint resolution that the Congress may offer. On the second question, I think we've really exhausted that topic. So it's one and the same. Jim?
And how many, if I could finish, how many world leaders has he spoken to since the beginning? And can we get a list of all of those?
Well, I've been announcing them day by day. I'd have to go back and just pull it, but that's publicly available. You've got it all. I mentioned yesterday he spoke to President Putin twice, President Chang, Blair, Chrétien, I believe Chirac, Schroeder. So you can do the math.
Okay, since I have your attention, just for one last bit of that.
Three questions.
When do you think Washington will return to normal? And what is normal now that this has happened?
I think for the American people, not just for Washington, but for the people of New York City and for the people of Washington, it's going to take some time. There was an attack on the soil of the United States of America, and people should not expect this to be over overnight. Jim?
Yeah, Secretary Powell has said that bin Laden is the prime candidate
for these terrorist acts. Is that the view of the White House? And secondly, can you straighten out for us whether or not the administration intends to use military personnel as sky marshals or in any other way to secure civilian aircraft flights?
On your first question, I think what the Secretary said was he was asked a question about is bin Laden a suspect, and he indicated yes. I don't think he said prime, but I'd have to check the record on that. But he did indicate yes. On the question of the military, Jim, I'll have to find out from the Department of Transportation. When you asked me this morning, I tried to refer you to transportation. I don't have that information here.
Secretary Mineta said they're going to use the Delta Force. Then an administration official said Mineta was flat wrong, that was not going to happen. And the Pentagon indicated they might use military people to train. Almost everyone seems to have a slightly different version of whether or not military people will be used in civilian law enforcement.
Let me see if I can't get to the bottom of it. Connie? Connie?
Matt, two questions. Do you have any special words for what the United Kingdom has done? The statements they've made are very strong, and today they played the Star-Spangled Banner when they had to change in the guard.
Yeah, and I noticed today also the United States is not the only nation that mourns. The United Kingdom has lost the lives of many of their citizens. Other nations also had their citizens working in the World Trade Center. And so it's a further expression of the wonderful solidarity that the world is showing with the United States. I think it's very touching for the United Kingdom to play America's national anthem.
One more question. Can there be war without a formal national enemy?
Well, as the President has indicated, this is a different type of enemy in the 21st century. The President said this enemy is nameless. This enemy is faceless. This enemy has no specific borders. This enemy does not have airplanes sitting on tarmacs. It does not have ships that move from one port city to the next. It is a different kind of enemy. Having said that, the President also knows that our nation's military is capable of carrying out whatever mission is assigned to it to conquer any enemies. Keith?
Clarify
Keith?
the answer to John's question. Is it the White House view that whatever action is taken and whatever the scale and duration of the action, that you need no further approval from Congress? You'd like something from Congress, but you don't need anything else from Congress.
I'll say it for the third time. The Constitution vests in the President, as Commander-in-Chief, the authority to take actions he deems necessary to protect and defend the United States. The President is also very encouraged as a result of working with Congress on this joint resolution, which is a real show of unity from the Congress, and the White House will work with Congress on that language.
So that's a yes, right? That's a yes. You need no further approval.
I think I've made it very clear. Go ahead. Gene, you haven't asked yet. Gene, go ahead.
Yeah, just to follow on that note, the War Powers Act does call for approval of if troops are going to be put in harm's way.
Gene, as with many previous administrations, there are questions about the constitutionality of some aspects of the War Powers Act, and this administration shares those questions.
Yeah, but in most of those previous cases, we're looking at largely air assaults. But is it your position that
that's not accurate. There have been some 125 military actions that took place in the United States, and I believe only 5 involved declarations of war.
Secretary Powell
Can you tell us anything about special security precautions tomorrow for the President's trip to New York? Are there going to be fighter jets on each wing of Air Force One, for example, like there were on Tuesday?
Well, actually, I do not know the answer to that question, and if I did, I'm not sure I'd be able to share it in all cases. But suffice it to say, the President has full confidence in the Secret Service and those who protect him.
Will he travel with a full contingent? Will he, the usual presidential motorcade that we see, this enormous beast that lands in a place and takes over a town, will he do that in New York?
I think Terry will be a smaller, enormous beast.
He's going to travel. You said that we wouldn't go to New York as long as his being there would create a hindrance to those trying to rescue workers, people cleaning up the debris. When they're still pulling people alive out of that rubble, how do you keep him out of the way and from being a distraction?
Because in conversations with Mayor Giuliani and Governor Pataki, they talked about how it would be appropriate and meaningful for the President to go to New York. And so all factors are taken into consideration. And of course, the President wouldn't go under any other circumstances.
So are you saying he'll keep his distance from actual ground zero?
Well, you'll see, just as when he visited the Pentagon yesterday. You'll see tomorrow. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You talked about the business or the individuals with mortgage help, et cetera. What about the businesses that have been wiped out? Where is the administration thinking of putting some help in that direction?
Well, also as a result of the $20 billion supplemental appropriation bill that is moving its way through Congress, that will provide the means to give assistance to many people, businesses, otherwise, all who have suffered in this.
Secretary
Paul?
Powell saying bin Laden is a prime suspect. Is the administration, the U.S., competent, or does the U.S. know of his whereabouts, where he is?
I'm not going to give any answers to that question.
If I could come back to
Since the
Go ahead.
mid-1970s, the U.S. has had an executive ban in place on assassinations. Is the president considering lifting that?
All the president's actions will be in concert with all laws, and I have no information for you beyond that.
Former President
Bush. Jim, go ahead.
On that point, is there anything, any restriction that the administration believes is hampering the intelligence community's efforts to deal with terrorists? Are there any restrictions either self-imposed by the agency or by the intelligence community or by Congress that you think need to be eliminated?
I have not heard any such conversations. As always on all these matters, as the President indicated today, the government will keep you informed of any steps that thinks are necessary, but I have not heard anything. I want to go somebody who hasn't asked anything yet. Go ahead.
On the $20 billion supplemental, LMB, as you know, says there's only $1 billion left in fiscal year 2001 that's on budget, or that's not Social Security. Is it accurate to say that that money can still be expended and be considered without use of Social Security surplus funding, depending on the timing of when that funding is released?
Well, I think there's been a virtual, universal, if not universal, recognition by members of the Congress and by the President that our national security will always come first. So, go ahead.
Purposes then, this is considered a severe emergency, and therefore it's money that's being taken from the Social Security surplus.
I indicated 2 days ago that this was a severe emergency.
LMB was giving differing advice that it depended on the time that the money is actually spent, and that it does not necessarily mean you may even have to use those funds. I'm just trying to get that clarified.
I indicated this is a severe emergency. I also said that the fiscal year, of course, does not close to September 30th, so we'll know more at that time. But national security will come first.
All right.
So go ahead.
Go ahead. The word war is being bandied around here so much, but that word in and of itself carries such a constitutional connotation, etc., and creates a confrontation with Congress or whatever. Is it possible we'll see a ratcheting down of the rhetoric with the administration?
I think you're going to see consistent actions by the administration and statements of resolve and determination by the President, just as you've been seeing. So go ahead. Go ahead.
The 1991 war resolution that Congress passed put some limitations on what the President could do. Would that be satisfactory, something like that be satisfactory to this President Bush? Or would you like something that is less, is more open-ended?
We're dealing with hypotheticals here. Congress today is considering a joint resolution to express its support for the President as a show of unity. And we're talking with the Congress very productively about the appropriate language to use in that. And that's where the administration is focused today.
You would see this as more of a general resolution of support and not the kind of thing that his father got from Congress in 1991.
Well, to be parliamentary, it is a joint resolution. So.
Did you understand my question? I mean, I'm saying it's one thing to pass a, resolve we support the President, and quite another to pass what was enacted in 1991, which said the President can take military action under these
Yeah, I think this is all very public. This is a joint resolution that is going to move on Capitol Hill, and you'll be able to review the language of it yourself. And I think there are going to be some comparisons that may be apt to 1991, others that will not be. This is 2001, and this is different.
Did the White House suggest language for this?
Sure. We're working with Congress on the language.
As law enforcement officials proceed in trying to apprehend individuals inside the United States who may have knowledge or have been involved in the attacks, what is the President telling law enforcement officials in terms of what actions can they take? Should people be prepared to see, say, phone taps that haven't been used in the past? What kind of civil liberties do the President think should be protected or suspended?
I think you need to talk to the Attorney General about the actions that they are taking. All will be in accordance with the law, of course.
Ari, earlier today, White House officials expanded on the threat against Air Force One, saying that there was a telephone threat to the Secret Service, that Air Force One was on a target list. As the 3 successful attacks were all sneak attacks with no prior warning, why did you put credence in the telephone threat?
Again, you're getting into evaluations that involve the area of how the administration, or in this case, Secret Service, the White House, obtains information. And I think we've exhausted that. Go ahead.
Earlier today, the President said that fighting terrorism would be the main focus now of the administration. I'm curious, what does that do now in the pipeline to other priorities, education and so on?
I think if you talk to the American people, you will hear from them directly and from their hearts that our nation has no higher priority than the security of our people. Make no mistake, American soil has been attacked, and I think the American people fully understand and appreciate what the President said. It is a reflection of what the American people are thinking and are feeling, and the President shares those thoughts.
The severity of the problem, but in his own thinking, how does he now sort of program or sequence some of these other items on his agenda?
Well, the domestic agenda will continue. The President will continue to work with Congress. I think that the pace of action will be determined by the Congress, and of course the administration will remain engaged with the Congress on all these issues. In fact, there's a meeting that will begin shortly, if it hasn't begun already, that I will need to go to with congressional leaders and the President. So.
The President, does the President believe, as a general rule, that Congress ought to, in the interest of unity, ought to set some of these controversial issues aside and do them maybe next year, specifically?
Keith, I think what you're going to see is Democrats and Republicans alike uniting on all kinds of areas. I can't guess with specificity what the domestic future will look like, but based on the meeting that the President had with the congressional leaders yesterday, I think it's fair to say that there's a different domestic mood.
And the President's remarks. Put those things aside, then, is that correct? Do them next year, and so forth.
Our nation's leaders in Congress remain men and women of principle, and they will take the actions that they think are in the national interest. And I think as events unfold on the domestic front this fall, the leaders of Congress and the rank and file of Congress will show those principles, and our government will unite.
In the President's remarks,
Former President Bush spoke today and expressed dissatisfaction with the quality of our human intelligence. Does the current President Bush, share his father's concern about failures in human intelligence? And if so, what does he plan to do about it?
Jay, at an appropriate time, the President will be more willing to look back, but his focus right now is on what needs to be done in the wake of the attack on the United States.
That seems a very appropriate place, as Mr. Fleisch is going over some of the same ground with many reporters, to move on from this to some of the other issues and news of the day, saying, because former President Bush, 41st President of the United States, was talking today about some of the failures of intelligence in the country. He'd heard a lot of people comparing this to Pearl Harbor, and he said when he was giving a speech, was one of the few people in the room who was alive at the time of Pearl Harbor, and pointed out just how different it was in many respects, and of course what the similarities were. And just quickly to pick up some of the highlights from Mr. Fleischer here, there has been no levity in the last couple of days, but when my colleague Terry Moran, referring to the President's visit to New York tomorrow, asked whether or not the President would come, as presidents often do, to New York City with huge motorcades and huge numbers of people, if that would be the case tomorrow, Mr. Fleischer did answer, and with a slight smile, it will be a smaller, enormous beast than it usually is. And he, of course, reassured everybody that the President was fully confident about the security around him, and that obviously includes the President's visit to New York tomorrow. On the question of security, he was asked several questions about the Secret Service expanding the perimeter around the White House. Claire Shipman, who's right opposite the White House, had looked down just a little while ago to see that there were fewer people on Pennsylvania Avenue in front of the White House. Remember, there was a candlelight vigil there last night, and it does indeed seem to be quieter. And the Secret Service has expanded the perimeter. We do not know precisely to where, nor did Mr. Fleischer answer as to why it was larger on day 3 than it had been on day 1. He said the Secret Service can speak for itself. Of course, the Secret Service rarely speaks for itself, which a great many people think, at least in public terms, it should be. As to Washington getting back to normal, he said the obvious thing, it will take time. The president paid that visit to the hospital. We saw a little bit of it earlier today, and he explained how moved the president had been at seeing and talking to some of the people in the burn unit. Beyond that, when he concluded there, he said, when you talk to the American people, there is no higher priority than the national security. Now, there's some other things going on. There's this whole question of whether firefighters have actually been rescued from the rubble downtown today. And Frank Gribben, who's the spokesman for the New York Fire Department today, says he knows nothing of 4 or 5 firefighters who have been trapped in the rubble since the beginning being removed, rescued from the rubble today. There were these reports that they'd been trapped in an SUV since Tuesday, and some news organizations are reporting that. Frank Gribben, says he's not aware of any firefighters being rescued today, but some rescue workers were freed from the rubble today. The chairman and CEO of the New York Stock Exchange says that the trading on the exchange is going to resume at 9:30 on Monday morning. We'll come back and deal with that. And let us now change direction just a little. It's really the same direction, of course. The Congress is asking Americans to fly the Stars and Stripes in 30 days in response to the terrorist attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. And as one member of the Congress, Ike Skelton, a Democrat from Missouri, said, flying the flag shows that we shall not be daunted. All across the country, we are seeing flags being flown and encouraging people to fly the flags. There's something of a grassroots effort to have a Flag Day on September the 14th being spread via the email and the internet, and we'll see whether or not that works its way into officialdom before very long. But this whole question of America coming together, and we've seen lots of ramifications of that, America coming together in this crisis at every level has been very apparent in all of our investigation of the country today. Let's continue it by talking to some Americans with a sense of history, with a sense of experience in terms of other disaster, and a couple of, dare I say it, everyday Americans as well. First of all, here's a brief report from ABC's Dean Reynolds on some of what we find happening in the country today.
Peter, it seems that the people here, though removed from the tragedy by many miles, nonetheless feel close to the victims and are doing what they can to help them. Business roared back to life at the Chicago Mercantile Exchange today. It had been closed since Tuesday morning, but officials felt it was time to show the world that America has not been crippled.
I think there is a definite desire on the part of a lot of people on this floor and throughout the financial services community to show that we are in business, we're able to conduct business effectively.
And they conducted it while sporting American flags on their coats and on the desks, ringing the trading floor in red, white, and blue. Beneath screens that 2 days ago had showed the carnage from New York and Washington, the traders this morning went about their trillion-dollar day of transactions. And the Mercantile Exchange dug into its own pockets.
Our executive committee authorized a $1 million contribution toward the establishment of a foundation that will support the relief efforts and the victims and survivors of the tragedy and their families.
Elsewhere in Chicago and its suburbs, there were memorial services almost too numerous to count.
We gathered early in the day to the news that one of our pastors was believed to have been aboard the American Airlines flight that had hit the World Trade Center.
Throughout our country's history, we have called on God to bless and guide us, to unite us as a people, no matter our ethnic or religious or racial background. And this we do today.
There's word that some Chicago police and firefighters on their own time have driven to New York to help out. And people are still lining up for hours to give blood, doing what they can. Peter?
Thanks very much, Dean Reynolds, who's out there in the Midwest today trying to get a feel for the country, and it seems to be pretty unanimous in many parts of the country. But we want to talk now to three people who have a real sense of the country in times of crisis. We're joined first by Governor Frank Keating, the governor of Oklahoma, and I apologize, Governor Keating, for keeping you waiting. It would only been a White House briefing that had
no, Peter, it's been fascinating, a very, very thorough coverage, and I've enjoyed it.
Well, thank you, sir, and we'll get back to you in 1 second as we introduce the other people we want to talk to. Our resident historian at ABC, Michael Beschloss, who has an infinite sense of the country at times of crisis, who is in our Washington Bureau. And from New Jersey today, Gary Potenzone, who is the owner of the Apollo Flag Company in Totowa, New Jersey, where people have been lining up at his store since 6 a.m. today, wanting and trying to buy the American flag. And Mr. Potenzone, am I saying it correctly? Is it Potenzone or Potenzone?
No, Potenzone, Peter.
Okay. Mr. Potenzone, let me just ask you first. I know you're selling a lot of flags, but what are people saying that are coming into the shop?
They're saying they want to show their support. It's been a real close-knit people coming in. They're helping each other. They're talking to each other about their concerns, and it's such a nice feeling. It's something we haven't ever seen. Different than the Desert Storm thing. That was more, let's get them, let's get them. This is more unity.
And have you sold just as many flags as you have?
We sold out probably around 130. We went through today about 27,000 flags. Yesterday about 25,000. And we're expecting some more in this evening and tomorrow morning again.
And you are one of...
We're trying to keep up with it.
And you're one of thousands of flag companies in the country, of course.
Oh, yes, yes.
Mm. So what are your own...
a little company?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, please.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm just very, very happy to see the true patriotism. You know, the feeling is so close, like I said, and so united.
Is this like anything you've ever seen before?
No, not at all.
And when you talk to Go ahead.
Yeah, we've been in the flag business for 3 generations, and even talking to my elders that were around during World War II and Korean War, nothing like this. This is something totally different. This is so much warmth, and like I said, people just want to show that they're all together as one.
So you also believe it is a display of patriotism, but also an expression of unity?
Definitely, definitely unity.
And do you get much time to talk to your customers this morning or today?
Every customer has a comment. That's what I like also. It's not just a bunch of grumpy people buying a flag because they want to join the crowd. It's people that really want to talk about what's happening. They had a loved one that was there and got out and they're happy, or a lot of people are here before they go to the city to help in the rescue. We've had a lot of fire departments in. We've had a lot of ambulance squads in, and we're trying to take care of them first, of course, and give them as best attention as we can.
Now, what are your own thoughts about what's happened to the country in the last couple of days?
Oh, it's terrible what happened, but it's good in a sense that it has brought us together. In the flag business, we've seen such a lag in patriotism and unity. People have been off course. I think this is pulling them onto course. In the past 5 years, we've sold periodically every year more foreign flags than American flags. Finally, in one day, we've sold more American flags than we did in the whole year of foreign flags, and it feels good.
That's quite extraordinary. Please don't go anywhere, because I want to hear from Governor Frank Keating, the governor of Oklahoma. Governor, the last time you and I talked under circumstances like this was the very first night of the Oklahoma City bombing, when you were amazingly eloquent on behalf of the people of Oklahoma City and the state of Oklahoma. Give us your thoughts on the state of the nation as seen from Oklahoma today.
Well, obviously, we're a part of America, and we have prayed with our friends in Washington and New York. We've given blood. We were one of the first states asked to give blood because we test our blood and give probably twice the average of the country. And we've also offered all the FEMA rescue people the guidance and advice, spiritual, psychological, that we could. Everything that we can do, obviously, we will do to pay back New York and Washington for what they did for us. But really, everything is darkly very similar. And as this gentleman said previously, out of evil good comes, and the fact that we can come together as a people is something we saw here. No looting after 320 buildings damaged or destroyed. That was an extraordinary statement of good citizenship, civic pride, and goodness. And so I think as all this tragedy recedes, the people hopefully will come together. We will heal the sick. We'll identify those responsible and punish them. But then the long process of rebuilding will take place personally and as well as physically, and that's a difficult process. But it is very darkly similar to what we saw in 1995.
Tell us something by way of advice about the long process of rebuilding personally and internally.
Well, the first thing we noted was that 30 children after our bombing lost both of their parents. And well, who was going to take care of them? Who was going to educate them? We had a lot of money that came in unannounced, unsolicited. We had 170 children who lost one of their parents, so we made a battlefield decision. We were going to take this money to put every child through college who lost one or both parents or who was severely injured in the bombing, and that's underway. Kids, 130 or 40 kids are in college as we speak. So those kinds of decisions obviously ultimately will be made. The most important thing now, obviously, is to rescue and recover. After that, identify who's responsible and punish them. But I'm real impressed. The story is it anecdotal? I don't know. About shoe store owners coming out and giving slippers and sandals to people who don't have any shoes or who were trying to get away from the bombing. They had high-heeled shoed women. I mean, that's an example of the America that many of us thought went away in the 50s, and that's certainly very good news that it still is alive and well.
You raised something terribly important in terms of citizenship and the longing for a period when it seemed to be much more prevalent in people's lives. Is that something you feel strongly in the heartland, that a sense of citizenship without a crisis is lagging?
Well, I think that is a problem. I think that Americans are fundamentally good people. We're an extraordinarily generous people. We talk about these individuals who may have done this illegal or perhaps legal immigrants. We admit legally, Peter, more people in 1 year than all of the other nations of the world combined do in 1 year. This is the shining city on the hill, and I think we don't want to lose that. I think the strength of our economy, the strength of our society is its diversity, but also it's important that we not balkanize. And tragedies like this do bring people together. And what is amazing to people in Oklahoma or any state except New York is that they're seeing in New York something that they didn't think existed in New York, namely a civically spirited citizen. I think that's a joyous statement for the goodness of and the heroism, the courage of these New Yorkers. We had the New York firefighters and police officers here in Oklahoma City in 1995. Ray Downey, one of my dear friends, apparently killed in the bombing there in New York, and his son as well. These were very giving people, courageous, heroic people that give their lives for others. A wonderful statement of American goodness, and I'm very proud to be an American today.
And Governor Keating, what do you think Americans can do at the moment to perpetuate this sense of togetherness and citizenship that is so evident across the country today?
Well, I think what President Bush proposed, tomorrow is a national day of mourning, but he also said everyone should go to their mosque or synagogue, their church, their parish, whatever the denomination or religion they might belong to, and go to church tomorrow at noon. Commit themselves to be a better citizen, a more spiritual citizen, a more moral person. You know, hug their kids, spend more time with their family, recognize the genius of America, the rule of law, representative government society, where we expect people to be their very best. We will never forgive nor forget evil done to us, and we didn't here in Oklahoma City. We got those responsible, but we try to make ourselves a better society as a result. And here we've never felt better about ourselves, ever, than we do now after the rebuild, after the bombing. And so out of evil, good can come.
It is true, I know, and I keep talking to you because we're about to lose the satellite and lose you, so let me take advantage of the last couple of minutes. We do know that Oklahoma City, in many ways, is a very different, much developed, much changed city since the bombing. Have you seen in the wake of the bombing, and is there a lesson here for the rest of us, that the city and the character of the people has been remade into something better even?
I think so. And I know that you think, oh, that guy's a politician, he's going to be a Chamber of Commerce representative for his people. But I watch polls. I can see how people think of themselves. Our kids are working harder. I think we're working better as a people together. I think the religions and the races and the cultures of our community are together more than they've ever been, and we're rebuilding the state. We're building a dome on our Capitol. Ours is the only Capitol unfinished, other than the Capitol in Washington that Lincoln finished in 1864. We're doing the same thing here, all with private money, and we're celebrating that renaissance of our state. So good can come from evil.
Well, Governor Keating, you are a politician, and I wouldn't expect you, and we all know that. We all know what kind of leadership you exerted at the time of the Oklahoma City bombing, and I'm sorry you're not going to be able to stay with us, but I'm very grateful to hear you today.
Thank you
Governor
very much,
Frank Keating, and everything else we hear about Oklahoma City, of course, is pretty clear indication that what the governor says about its development in the wake of the bombing is absolutely true. It is now 4 o'clock in the eastern United States as we see one of millions of Americans taking a moment to simply stop and stand and consider that we will, speaking on behalf of himself and others, we will not let them destroy the spirit, and Governor Keating making it just indelibly clear that that is the way they feel in the heartland of the country. Now I want to talk to Michael Beschloss, who is our resident historian. Michael, who's in the Washington Bureau. Michael, the governor referred to a longing for an earlier time. In his case, he mentioned for the 1950s. Put this in some kind of historical context for this. The country has not been through anything quite like this before.
No, we never have, and obviously that's one thing to always remember whenever you use any kind of a historical analogy, even one like Pearl Harbor that we've heard over the last couple of days. But you know, Peter, I think the one thing that really occurs to me looking at it through history is look at all the traumas we've been through as a nation. A revolution, a civil war, Great Depression, 2 world wars, a Cold War, all these things, and amazingly, we Americans are still largely the same kind of people that we were 200 years ago. Compassionate, united, with a great respect for civil liberties, and under a constitution that was written for a very different country, which was a union of a small number of agricultural states.
And what do you think it is that continues to make it that way? Because I think you're absolutely right.
I think it's woven into our genetic code as Americans probably 2 things. And that is, when we go through a crisis, we don't fracture, we unite. We try to help one another. We saw so many of those stories up in New York the other day. And the other thing is that when we're called on to make a sacrifice, we're happy to do that too. I mean, Pearl Harbor, for instance, as you know, 6 months before that attack by the Japanese, America was brutally divided between those who thought we should not get into the war and those who thought that we should. Immediately after that attack, almost 500,000 Americans gave their lives.
I was just going to make that point, that during World War II, but particularly after Pearl Harbor, we saw intense patriotism in the country. And you know, you raised the question, as horrible as it may be, as to whether or not the country does not need to go through crisis on occasion in order to regenerate itself.
I think historically, you almost hate to say it, but it's probably true. The periods that are tranquil, like the 1920s and the 1950s, they were very good for business, very good for all sorts of things, but in terms of Americans having that kind of feeling, probably less so. So oftentimes you do have to look to crisis. At the same time, though, you look at a period like the mid-1960s, there was no hot war, there was a Cold War, but there wasn't an immediate crisis like this, yet Americans were willing to respond to the civil rights movement. So oftentimes I think you could see the best in us without this kind of a trauma.
Michael, just pause for a second, because we're seeing again something on television on the screen which I think is very important if I know my flags at all, and I'm not sure. It looks very much like the Marine flag, and we're in the general vicinity of the Pentagon. And in terms of the attack on the Pentagon today, I don't believe, according to John McWethy at the Pentagon, that the Marines actually suffered any casualties, nor did the Air Force. But there is a group of guys, I assume from the military, all of them, because much of the rescue operation has been mounted by the military itself, along with the relief and fire departments from the immediate area. And I'm not sure where they're going. Yes, it is indeed the Marine Corps flag, by its distinctive red, among other things. Flags and battle flags, as we were talking earlier today with our guest, Mr. Potenzone in Totowa, New Jersey, who we have also left. He's had to go back and do business but the battle flags of the various services in the country here, and in terms of history, Michael, confirm this for me, have just been essential to spirit and to esprit de corps.
I think that's right. And you even look at those figures, Peter. You looked at the look on those faces. If anyone had a right to look down and not be free-striding and feel morose, it would have been the people we just saw on screen because of what they've been through and what their colleagues have been through. In a way, it's very American. They had that optimistic look on their faces. In a way, you need a situation like this sometimes to remember that.
The shock to the American system, both individually and generally, was so enormous on this particular case that I wonder what you think, looking at it from an historical perspective, about recovery.
It's going to take a very long time, and I think possibly because we've been living under something of an illusion. For the last 10 years, since the end of the Cold War, Americans sort of were led to believe that once the Cold War ended and there was no more Soviet Union, that we weren't really under the kind of a threat that we had lived under not only for 45 years of the Cold War, but for 5 or 6 years of World War II. And I think to some extent our leaders and our people were not as conscious as they should have been of the fact that something like this could happen. The result is now we're finding out with a vengeance, and it's going to take some time, I think, probably to absorb that.
The columnist George Will wrote in his column today that we've had a decade-long holiday from history. Do you believe that?
I do, and that's something that happens in history, too. You go back to the 1920s, Peter. That's a period in which we felt that World War I was over. It was not a success. It didn't rid Europe of the kind of conflicts that Woodrow Wilson predicted it would. So we Americans would just absorb ourselves in money-making and ignore the rest of the world, stay out of the League of Nations. And of course, in the late 1930s, the Imperial Japanese and Adolf Hitler showed us otherwise.
I think you're defining a national character in an almost universal basis, but I have to tell you that one of the things we learned today, and I suppose it's inevitable, is that a lot of spammers are apparently taking advantage of these terrorist attacks to solicit donations in the name of victims of the disasters on the webs, on the internet. And I offer that up as a warning to people. I don't think anybody's surprised that this happens, but it certainly today, Michael, seems to be absolutely a minority example of what we've seen across the country as a whole.
That's right. You know, there were black marketeers during World War II, but thank God they were not more than a very small number.
What's your advice, finally, Michael? We often ask you for history. Give us your advice on what we in the country should pay attention to. Certainly the roots. You mentioned the Revolution. You mentioned the Civil War, 2 world wars, the Cold War. Numerous historians, David McCullough among them, have pointed out in the last couple of days the magnitude of this in terms of conflict on native soil since the Civil War. And I've forgotten who it was yesterday, I apologize, but compared the casualties here today to the Battle of Antietam during the Civil War, when 22,000 people were killed on in one single battle. Is that the kind of reach we need to make into American history to understand what the nation is today?
Well, Antietam was called the bloodiest day in American history, and as you say, that was 22,000. But I think the thing that we should always remember is how resilient we really are, even when it seems darkest before the dawn. But I think another thing is less reassuring, and that is that if this is to be a war, this is going to be a conflict of a kind that we have never seen before, and most of us don't understand. To use the Franklin Roosevelt comparison, one advantage he had was that when the Japanese attacked and Americans united, they understood the problem, and Roosevelt already had a policy in place. The problem for President Bush is going to be not only does he have to explain to us what this new challenge means, but also very quickly come up with a policy to deal with it.
And finally, Michael, before we move on to other matters, very grateful for your presence. Remind us of how important it was to President Roosevelt and every president subsequently to have the will of the American people behind them before they did anything.
Absolutely. Always made sure that America was united. And even to go up to the elder President Bush in 1991. We sometimes forget about the Gulf War, but as you know, when Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, many of us thought that, especially after Vietnam, the chance that Americans in Congress would support the president to send 500,000 Americans around the globe to support a government that most Americans have never heard of, we would have been very doubtful about that.
Michael, thank you very much. It's great to see you, and I hope we'll see you before the end of the day. Michael Beschloss and Governor Frank Keating from Oklahoma, and that wonderful owner of a flag shop in Totowa, New Jersey, giving us some sense of the unity that is felt in the country today. The firefighters in New York, the saved or not saved, rescued or not rescued firefighters, Mayor Giuliani now confirms that the 5 firefighters who were rescued today had not been trapped since Tuesday. It is not clear when they were trapped, but they definitely were not trapped during the original collapse of the trade towers or any adjacent building. But 5 firefighters have... There was that one story earlier on in which a number had fallen into a hole when they were looking for somebody else and managed to be rescued today. But the operation goes on without a moment's hesitation in New York, and I believe, based on what we know today, and using the mayor's figures, that about 4,760 people are still listed as missing, which would, of course, mean that Antietam, the Battle of Antietam during the Civil War, continues to be the bloodiest day in American history. ABC's Dan Harris is with us. Dan, you spent part of the day in a firehouse. Oh, man, that must have been tough.
It was tough, Peter. I was walking through Midtown Manhattan when I got a call from one of your producers who said, can you help us? We're doing a segment tonight on how New Yorkers are pulling together. And I said, well, I'll certainly look around. And the moment I hung up the phone, I looked to my left, I saw this firehouse, and there was a spontaneous display of sympathy and condolence. There were flowers all over the place. The firefighters seemed very grateful. We talked to some of the well-wishers and the firefighters. I think we have some videotape to show you.
Okay, great.
Well, we live in this neighborhood, and we walk by these guys every day, and we always get a friendly hello. So I talked to them this morning. They said they lost 10 men from their 50-person unit, which is a pretty big hit. So we just stopped in to bring them some flowers and cupcakes, send our regards.
Let them know what?
Just let them know that they're on our minds and that, you know, that they are friendly neighbors and that their neighbors are thinking of them in such a time.
Appreciate their hard work and bravery.
It makes us feel good. I've been busy today running around here, and every time I come back I see more people just want to express their condolences, bringing flowers, food, all sorts of things. It makes you feel good how many people have just expressed their concern.
How are you holding up?
Well, we're very busy, so I think that's good. We have a lot of guys come in this morning. The fellas are here manning the trucks. Everybody else went down to the scene to help out, and they'll be back tonight, and we'll go down. It's keeping us busy, but it's slowly sinking in. I think it'll be worse in a few days.
That was East 51st Street in Midtown Manhattan, Peter. On this topic of New Yorkers pulling together, we also spent some time at a law firm today, Cleary Gottlieb, an international law firm that was in One Liberty Center, which is part of that World Trade Center complex, and their office was destroyed. They were setting up in a temporary office, scrambling to get everything set. They mentioned that some of their competitors had offered them office space. And we're hearing the same thing in the financial services field.
Exactly. Thanks very much, Dan. You know, Charlie Gibson's here with you. We're a little older than Dan, Charlie. But you know,
I feel it.
I was thinking every time I mention the firefighters, I also want to mention the cops, because the cops have suffered and worked so hard and have suffered their own loss. But the fire department is different, because we all were kids. We always get our fathers, when I was growing up, take us into the firehouse, Dad, maybe we can talk to them to let us slide down the pole. And so there's a long association. Maybe it's particularly with boys, I don't know, but with the fire department that seems to bring them to the forefront of our thoughts today.
Well, you know, I'm sort of sorry to hear you say, to some extent, that those firefighters who were found today, the 5 who came out of the rubble, weren't lost for 50 hours, because it so raised the spirits of all the people who were down there. The rescue workers were so buoyed by what had happened that they finally had found some people, and it gave them some hope that what they were doing was not just clearing rubble, not just emptying out this site of desecration, but that they were actually looking for people. And I hope that does not bring despondency to that site again. But Peter, you mentioned the New York City Police Department. The numbers that the mayor supplied us this morning were that there are about 300 New York firefighters missing and about 60 police officers, New York PD and Transit Authority police.
Right.
But even when you talk to the police, and I've talked to some of the cops on the street in the last couple of days, they talk about the fire department. You know, they've lost 30 men, but they're talking about the losses that are even greater in the fire department. And the people who were coming down, fleeing the World Trade Center, as they ran down the stairs for their lives,
the other way.
They were running into the firemen going the other way and saying, you know, we're trying to make speed in our suit coats. These guys are wearing 50-pound packs and they're going up, and we stopped to help them. And then we thought, no, that's their job and we got to get out.
We've talked to a couple of people who got out of the trade tower who said that, in fact, that was how they got the information as they were coming down, hearing the walkie-talkies of the fire department as they were going up. I know you've got several other observations, but I just want to say first that in Arlington, Virginia, the fire captain there says they have signals from a transponder of the black box from the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. That's only one report. It comes to us from the Associated Press. And when John McCarthy went to the Pentagon this morning with the Secretary of Defense, Don Rumsfeld, and they looked around the outside, it was the Secretary of Defense who said that the force of the onslaught had been so considerable that the forward part of the plane, the nose of the plane, had got so far in. So it may
almost went all the way through the Pentagon.
You know, it's the second place in Pennsylvania where the plane is apparently broken up quite badly. We'll try to investigate this. There's a pretty good chance of getting the black box and the cockpit flight recorder better in the Pentagon. Of course, much more difficult in New York. You have some.
The Pentagon situation, of course, though, the rescue people there at the Pentagon were saying earlier today that there's still such instability in that part of the Pentagon that's collapsed that they were worried about whether they could get into the people there, and maybe they can't get into the black box either.
Actually, John McCarthy's at the Pentagon at the moment, and I've just heard in my ear that John may have some more authoritative information than we do. Yes, Jack?
Peter, they are saying that they are hearing the pinging of a black box. You may recall that Defense Secretary Rumsfeld told me earlier today on a tour we took that the nose of the aircraft is embedded in one of the inner rings of the Pentagon. Now the people who are working away on the rubble at the Pentagon are saying, yes, we are hearing pinging. So there is a prospect that they could find that black box and get a great deal of useful information. The problem, of course, is it is in one of the most unstable parts of the building, as Charlie just said.
Okay. Thanks, John, very much. Charlie, why don't you continue for a bit here?
Well, Peter, what I have information on is something that sort of pales in significance when you talk about black boxes and when you talk about the numbers of people who were missing and firemen lost and all that. But it's a decision, I think, that had a lot of symbolic value. We've all been waiting to find out whether the National Football League would play its games on Sunday. And as you mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, that the National Football League has decided not to play this weekend. The decision was announced by Greg Aiello, who is a spokesman, or was acting as a spokesman, for the Commissioner of Football, Paul Tagliabue. And here's the reasons that he stated as for the cancellation of the games this weekend.
We in the National Football League have decided that our priorities for this weekend are to pause, grieve, and reflect. It is a time to tend to families and neighbors and all those wounded by these horrific acts of terrorism. We understand those individuals in sports who want to play this weekend. We also empathize with those who want to take the weekend off and resume their personal lives and professional careers next week. We strongly believe that the latter course of action is the right decision for the NFL. On Sunday, September 23rd, the NFL, its players and coaches will return stronger than ever and resume our playing schedule. The decision on whether to reschedule this weekend's games or play a 15-game regular season schedule is under consideration and will be announced as soon as possible.
Even though the games canceled, the teams did scrimmage today. This is the New York Giants scrimmaging on their practice facility, which is just outside the Meadowlands complex. The Philadelphia Eagles, about 90 miles to the south, were practicing today, and a plane flew low over the practice field. Everybody stopped. This is Wellington Mara, the owner of the New York Giants, the venerable owner who has been such a force in the National Football League. He supported the suspension of games this weekend, as did almost all of the owners. You know, there's been something of a debate as to whether this was a good idea, because some felt that it might be in some way disrespectful to play the games. Others felt that the games might be a worthwhile diversion, a sort of manifestation that life goes on. But it's interesting when you talk to the players, they didn't take either side in that debate. They just said they really didn't want to play, that their heart couldn't be in it, and that their thoughts are like everybody else's, with the families of the victims, with the rescue workers, generally with the situation that's going on in this country in the past few days and what they saw on Tuesday. Some cases in point. You're going to hear sound bites now from Jason Sehorn, the terrific cornerback for the New York Giants, so Michael Strahan, the great defensive lineman for the Giants, Howard Cross, the Giants tight end, Lomas Brown, an offensive lineman, and then Jeffrey Lurie, who's the owner of the Philadelphia Eagles, all of them agreeing with the commissioner's decision that the game shouldn't have been played. Take a listen.
To a man, nobody was really concentrating on football. The conversations weren't about the Green Bay Packers, and they weren't about, Brett Favre. They were about, did you see those two towers fall? Did you see that plane enter those things? For us, it's a little more difficult. We sit here and we can see the fire still smoking right there. We come out every single day for the last 8 years, and I've seen two towers standing there. They're not there. There's nobody thinking about football. Nobody's mind is on a game this Sunday. For us to play, would be ridiculous. And we'd just be doing it to do it. And I don't think there's any sense in that.
You wish you could have done something. I mean, you're right there. And you can't believe you're so close. You can't believe. You just can't gather in disbelief of that. So, I mean, we all spent so much time in the city. And I'm pretty sure most of us have been to the World Trade Centers. And now you look and you see, and they're gone. And all the people that were in them. And the people on the planes, and I can't imagine the horror that people have gone through. I can't imagine the horror that the families who are looking for their loved ones are going through right now. And I think that's why, for us as players, this is so secondary. Football is so secondary right now. I think New York City and the country needs to be behind everybody with the effort of trying to save as many people as possible and trying to get the city back on its feet.
For myself personally, you think back of things that you use reference all the time when I speak to kids how great our country is, how we never have moments where you see kids your age, throwing rocks at tanks, or we're not getting bombed and things like that. That's a hard thing to say now to kids. It's going to be a different outlook on life. I mean, it changes the world a lot for us.
We haven't seen the worst part. I mean, the worst part is when they start pulling victims out of the debris and start putting names to these numbers of casualties. I mean, that's when it's going to get real sad. And I'm just glad the NFL did the right thing. I couldn't have thought of anything more appropriate than for us to just take this Sunday off and just mourn the loss of a lot of these people here.
It makes no sense to have played our games on a Sunday when most of America is watching. Mourning comes before escape, and let's separate football from the rest of life. Life comes first, and Sunday is a time for mourning and thoughtfulness and support for all of our loved ones and friends that were affected by this tragedy, and not a time to escape and watch television or attend football games, in my opinion.
That Jeffrey Lurie, the owner of the Philadelphia Eagles, and those players with the New York Giants. The players generally adamant that it was not a good idea to play. As I say, it wasn't a question of whether the games would be disrespectful or whether it would be a worthwhile diversion. The players just said their minds wouldn't be in it. Their minds are on what happened, as are the minds of all of the rest of us. Now, we've mentioned NASCAR has postponed its race this weekend. A lot of the college football games, the major conferences have called off their games. The PGA Tour has canceled its tournaments this weekend. The NHL has postponed its preseason games. And baseball, as you may know, and Peter mentioned a little bit ago, has canceled all of its games all the way through Sunday. Bud Selig, who is the commissioner of baseball and the owner of the Milwaukee Brewers, made that announcement and said the games would resume on Monday. Here's what the commissioner of baseball, Bud Selig, had to say.
Everybody will have to do what they feel comfortable doing. I think we'll have a very interesting last 3 weeks of the season. This has been historic, and it's shocking difference in nature. But I think that hopefully we can provide the country with a wonderful form of entertainment.
So baseball will resume on Monday, and for all of those of you who are wondering, well, does it mean that Barry Bonds has lost a week and won't be able to pursue the 70 home runs, and will Cal Ripken be able to play 3,000 games, all of that? Baseball is actually going to extend the season a week. It will play all the games, extending the season a week, and the postseason will start a week late. There's an interesting point in all this, Peter. I think all of the sports leagues are so sensitive to this issue of whether they should play or not, and it goes back to 1963. John F. Kennedy was assassinated on a Friday, and Pete Rozelle decided that the National Football League should go ahead, that it was important that life go on. And I talked to him several times, and I remember having a discussion with him, and he went out of his way. I didn't even bring up the issue, and it was years later. And he said, you know, I made that decision to go ahead and play on Sunday, and he said, and I will regret that every day of my life. He's now passed away. But that decision, in his mind, he went over it and over it and over it and felt he had done the wrong thing. Now,
you bring one other to mind, I have to tell you, the decision made by Avery Brundage to go ahead with the Olympics in Munich in 1972 after the Palestinian attack on the Israelis at Munich. And it was hugely controversial, but in the case of Rozelle and in the case of Brundage, people were deeply resentful. But you have to think that in their own minds what they were trying to do was to demonstrate to the country and the world some sense of normalcy.
Yes, and I've often wondered about that. I was going to get to the Brundage decision. I'm glad you mentioned it because you were there, and it's very fresh in your mind. Brundage faced an issue where he had an international games, and it was a statement of international resolve, and also he had a games that if you canceled them, it was 4 years again before it would happen. But I thought at the time that I felt that he'd made the wrong decision, and I felt the same way about Rozelle, although I must say when the commissioner raised it in my conversation, I didn't tell him, yeah, I thought he'd made the wrong decision.
I'm going to tell you something even worse. I covered the Kennedy funeral. The Kennedy assassination was the first story I ever covered in the country. And I don't remember. That's even worse. Maybe that's just simply old age. Thanks, Charlie, very much indeed for bringing us up to date on that.
Sure, Peter.
Here's a question that everybody in the country wants to know. Well, not everybody, but a great many people. Is the country able to travel at the moment? And you heard the Secretary of Transportation, you've heard the Attorney General earlier today, I think you even heard the President very briefly talk about opening up the skies again so that people can begin to move. But it has not been easy to move. We'll talk to Lisa Stark, our aviation analyst, in just a moment about the 40,000 flights per day that the country is accustomed to. But first we want to go to ABC's James Walker because he has come upon something which gives us an absolutely fascinating picture at the moment of what the country's status is. Jimmy?
Peter, this is some relatively new software from a Boston company that shows us exactly what flights are in the air virtually in real time. Each one of those dots that you're looking at represents a plane. You can still see a lot of flights north of the border in Canada. They're probably making their way back into the U.S. If you count up those little dots, I'm told that there are 638 flights. And the company that produces this flight view says that on a normal day, there would be some 3,000 commercial planes in the air and another 2,000 private planes. So that's a total of 5,000 aircraft. And right now we have 638. This software is used primarily by regional jet companies and by cargo carriers who want to and are able to track their aircraft from takeoff to touchdown so they can coordinate cargo deliveries and things of that nature. It's updated every 15 seconds. So every 15 seconds you get an exact real-time look at where your planes are.
Now you're looking at a graphic there. You're actually looking at their computer site, which is flightview.com.
I am looking at a graphic.
Okay. All right. So
now there's the tri-state area, New York, Connecticut, New Jersey, and we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 aircraft in the air, and I would imagine that any other day you would see hundreds.
Say again, Jimmy.
I'm just looking at this picture right here, and I can add up 3, 4, 5 planes over the New York vicinity, and I was just saying that on any other day you'd probably have hundreds there.
Well, I can guess what those planes are in the air over New York City, too. They may be helicopters being used by the rescue authorities. I think in all likelihood they may be that contingent of fighter jets which have been flying in New York airspace since this disaster happened.
I think in this case they are commercial jets.
And why do you think so?
Because the company explained that they get the flight plans, and that's what they enter.
Oh, I see. Anything else, Jimmy?
Peter, that's it.
Great. That's a terrific piece of information. Can we just have a look at the original graphic again and thank flightview.com again? We're going to use them. Have they given us permission, James, to go on using them?
Oh, I think if we keep saying flightview.com, they'll be very happy.
Well, thank you very much indeed, and thank you to them, because this is really the best picture we can possibly have at the moment of how the skies over North America are beginning to change from only a few hours ago. And with that in mind, let's bring our aviation correspondent of the day, because she covered so much else for us, Lisa Stark, in from Seattle. And were you able to see, have you got a monitor anywhere near you, Lisa?
I am not able to see that, but I am familiar with that sort of software, and I can get an idea of what the picture must look like.
All right, so now supplement it, if you will, with hard time information.
Well, I guess the good news, Peter, is that there are some flights in the air. As Jimmy Walker said, though, of course, it is a very, very small fraction of what you would see on any given day. And a snapshot of the airports that we've looked at around the country show that at many of them it's quite chaotic and confusing. Chicago O'Hare Airport, for example, opened for business this morning. I'm told the lines were extremely, extremely long. And then in about just sometime in the last hour, all of a sudden over the PA system at the airport, it was announced that Chicago O'Hare was immediately shutting down. We have not been able to determine exactly why that is, but I'm told by our folks on the ground there that they stopped letting people through the gates and they announced the airport was shutting down. We don't know, again, why. We're trying to ascertain. So it's a very confusing picture out there.
Let me interrupt you just about Boston, because there's been quite a lot of controversy. First of all, this is where two of the aircraft took off, but there's been quite a lot of controversy today, ever since I think the chief of security at Logan Airport said they had some of the best security in the country. And I gather that may be one of the reasons they're having trouble getting up and running again.
Well, I'm not sure if that's one of the reasons, but I know that it's taking a lot to convince the FAA to let airports go back online, if you will. And there are a lot of security procedures that have to be in place, both by the airports and the airlines. One airport spokesman, the spokesman from San Francisco, said it has just been a logistical nightmare. And the airlines, too, are telling me they have to reposition crews, they have to reposition planes, they have to get the catering reordered, the fuel trucks. It really is like starting all over again, and it's been very difficult for them to get the system up and running today.
Lisa, when Ari Fleischer, the president's spokesperson, was asked at the briefing a while ago whether sky marshals and military personnel would be used on aircraft, he said he didn't really know the answer to that. It wasn't clear to him. Do you know?
Well, what we're hearing from the Air Transport Association, they are the folks that are the trade association for the airlines. They indicate to us, at least, that they believe there will be a very visible sky marshal presence on a number of airplanes. Now, Secretary Norm Mineta today indicated that he would ask the military for some help with the special Delta forces, that they would go on board the aircraft as well. During the Pentagon briefing today, we're told that the military said, no, their understanding was that they would help train sky marshals. So I think there's a little bit of confusion about who will be on board the plane, but certainly on some planes there will be sky marshals. But you may not notice them, Peter. The whole idea with the Sky Marshal program is it's the guy sitting next to you and you have no idea that that person's actually a Sky Marshal.
Now help us put something else in context. There's a trade group which represents, I think, 266 airlines around the world, estimates today that the expenses incurred this week for airlines may be $10 billion because of their inability to operate. And they go on to say that 40% of the carrier's costs continue even when they don't have planes in the air. Does that make sense to you?
Absolutely so. What I'm being told is they're still paying everyone. No one's been laid off. They're still paying their crews. The only thing they're not paying are landing fees. They're not paying their fuel costs. But much of their costs really are labor, and that is what they continue to pay. And I've also been told that airlines keep about a 15-day cash reserve on hand. And many of them are in very precarious, I wouldn't say they're in precarious financial shape, but they've had a very, very tough year financially. And there is a sense that this will be a very big economic blow to a number of the airlines, although they don't want to talk about that right now because they're much more concerned about security and getting back in business.
With one exception, that's Midway Airlines, Midway Express in the Midwest, which in fact closed down its operations because it couldn't afford to continue.
It's Midway Airlines, not Midwest Express,
Midway,
which is a different company. I don't want to get people confused. Midway Airlines is the one that shut down.
Anything else you want to add?
I do. I want to talk about general aviation a little bit because there has been a significant amount of confusion about whether these folks can get back up into the air. Initially, the Department of Transportation said at 11 a.m. Eastern time this morning, they would open the skies to everyone, basically, general aviation as well.
What is by general? Sorry to interrupt. By general aviation, you mean private aircraft?
I mean private aircraft and corporate aircraft. That's what we're talking about. And they indicated that the skies would be open to basically everyone starting at 11 a.m. Apparently, the Department of Transportation changed their mind shortly before 11. But we're told by folks in the general aviation community that the notice wasn't really received by anyone until 11:22 this morning. By that time, there were already a number of general aviation flights up in the air. And as you know, there are military aircraft. I think we have some videotape, actually. There are military aircraft, F-15s, F-16s, patrolling much of part of the United States off of the Oregon and Washington coast, for example, in the New York area. Apparently, there were a number of force downs by military aircraft of general aviation planes this morning because those planes, it turned out, were not supposed to be up in the air. We don't know exactly how many planes were forced down, but we know that a number of them were, in fact, forced down by military aircraft.
Lisa, thanks very much indeed. Lisa Skark in Seattle. You can imagine how that must have made the pilot feel when a military jet comes nearby and says you're going to land immediately. At any rate, very many thanks to Lisa Stark and to James Walker, and also to the people at flightview.com for giving us a real picture in real time of the number of aircraft in the skies over the United States at this moment. And with their indulgence, we will continue to use that graphic to give you a sense visually of what is happening. Change subject again. For all of the spirit we have seen in the country today, and it has been terrific, for all of the unity and the patriotism we have seen in the country today, there is a huge amount of trauma. And we want to talk a little bit now with some experts about trauma and people's emotions and how they deal with the impact of this enormous shock to the national and personal system in many cases. First of all, here in her own words is the story of a survivor named Sheila Moody.
I heard a whistling, like a whistling sound and a rumble, and then just a big whoosh of like, it felt like air at first, but then I realized it was fire, just a big ball of fire that kind of came in. It felt like it came in through the window, and it just kind of engulfed us all, and then it was gone. My clothes were my hands were on fire because I think I instinctively put my hands up to cover my face. And I was kind of knocked back, but I wasn't knocked down, and I never lost consciousness or anything. And then just kind of realized that, there was an explosion. Something had happened. And the other lady that was in my office, and she was calling, and she was saying, I can't move, is anybody there? And I told her, I said, I'm here. And she said, who is it? I said, it's me, it's Sheila. I said, I'm here. I said, we gotta try to find a way to get out of here. And I could see a little light coming through a window. So I tried to reach up and hit the window to see if I could maybe break it or we could get out, but it was too high and it was too hard. So I looked around to see if I could find something that maybe I could break it with, but there was so much smoke and the fumes were just filling up the room, and I started coughing and choking. So I tried to crouch down to see if maybe I could breathe a little bit better if I got down a little lower. And then I just started praying. It was, all I could do was pray. I was just like, God, you gotta help me. Help us get out of here. I said, I can't believe you brought me down here for me to die here. And I kept praying. And no sooner that I was praying and thinking, I wouldn't see my children anymore. And without the prayers and God, I know I just wouldn't have made it. I heard the man coming. He said, I can't see you. I said, I can't see you either. I said, but we're here. We're here. And so I kept trying to call to him so that maybe he could follow the sound of my voice and he could get to us. But the smoke and the fumes was taking my voice away, so I started clapping my hands, hoping that he could follow the sound of me clapping my hands, and I could hear the fire extinguisher, and he was getting closer. And then for a brief second, I could see his silhouette just through the smoke, just enough so I could go in his direction. He put out the flames that were between him and I with the fire extinguisher. And I went to him, and he led me outside. But I said he was just an angel sent by God to get me out of there.
That's not applause. It's just trying to imagine this. Once again, an extraordinarily articulate survivor, in this case Sheila Moody, who was on the second day of work at the Pentagon. Only the second day of work she'd been at the Pentagon, clapping her hands in the dark so that someone attempting and willing and wanting to rescue her would. And we thank her for one more quite extraordinarily articulate description of what it was like to get out. We're joined this afternoon by Dr. Alvin Poussant. He's very familiar to many American audiences. He's a psychiatrist at Judge Baker Children's Center in Boston, widely known on issues of adult and child trauma. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Poussant.
Thank you.
Awful lot of it out there today, isn't there?
Awful lot.
So, where do you start?
Where do I start with all of this? I think that the woman who just spoke suffered a great deal of trauma. I know she's very grateful to be alive, but I wonder how that trauma is going to affect her in the future. She must have been terrified. It's likely that she may have nightmares about this, and it's likely this may stay with her for the rest of her life. Anyone who experiences that degree of trauma, and that's true for many of the people who were on the scene, who were survivors and who got out of there. But it's also true for many people who were either close by, and for some people who witnessed it on TV, that some people were so frightened and shaky that they were traumatized as well, but to a lesser degree. And I think the trauma is even greater because this is a different type of an issue. There's a feeling of violation, not just that the towers were bombed and the Pentagon was bombed, but a feeling that the country was violated in the same way that a rape victim feels violated. And in that type of situation, you feel even more helpless sometimes and more powerless, particularly when the enemy is obscure, and you feel a sense of emptiness. And what are you going to do about it? In a sense, to me, symbolically, knocking out those two towers, kind of phallic symbols, I'm sounding like a psychiatrist, was kind of a symbolic or attempted symbolic castration of the United States.
Okay.
Something that we have never experienced before and made us feel very, very vulnerable. But what do we do with our anger?
Okay.
That's an important ingredient of the grief we're feeling.
That's the question. Indeed, and let's try to break it down. And you are a psychiatrist, and I think it probably takes a psychiatrist to see the Twin Towers in that way. But let's move beyond this. You've mentioned several categories. Adults who were in it, adults who were close, or children who were close, people who saw it at a distance. Let's quite frankly take advantage of your services here. For those people who were involved in this, who were close to Ground Zero at the Pentagon, and at the Twin Trade Towers in New York, and their families, what should they do?
I think those families have to be very supportive of each other. It's a time for them to come together, and they should realize that the people who were there, the victims, are very traumatized. They have to be very, very patient. I think some of them may need more than just support. If they can't function, or they get so depressed, or they get so anxious, then I think many of them need not just counseling, but they may need medical attention, at least for a short period of time, to get through the anxiety, the fear, and desperation that they're feeling.
Do you mean, is there a difference here between medical, of course there's a difference between medical attention and counseling in some respects?
Medical, I was thinking that temporarily, perhaps in some of these cases, people may be in such distress. Like, let's say they're having nightmares, they can't sleep for days and days and days. I think in that type of situation, you might want to prescribe a mild tranquilizer, a mild sedative, so that they can get some sleep and they can get some rest. Or even over a longer period of time, if they're very, very anxious and can't get over it, you might prescribe something to take them down a little bit, to take away some of the anxiety and even some of the depression. Some people are going to be very, very depressed after this experience as well. And so you have to make a choice about perhaps what kinds of medications would be of help to them temporarily.
Do you believe that anybody who feels any sense of trauma in the country, even if they think it's a temporary issue for them, because we all feel some sense of trauma at the moment, that they get in touch with a professional counselor?
No, not necessarily. I think the main help that people will get will be from each other, from their churches, from the community. I think that's the first stage or the first step. I think it's only those who don't begin to recover over a period of time, I'm talking about maybe a month, maybe 2 months, that you would begin to think about getting them some type of additional treatment, unless in an individual case they really can't function and they really collapse. Then in that type of situation, you have to seek out professional help.
I understand completely, I think I understand completely, the people who've been engulfed by the violence in a personal way, people who have been victimized by it in a physical way, or the families of such persons will suffer perhaps the most. But what about the people, what about the people who've seen this violence at a distance on television, as you mentioned earlier? Well, is that a lasting thing, do you believe, is possible?
Yes, I think because of the visuals. There were children complaining that from watching television and seeing the towers go down and the explosions, that afterward they were having nightmares about it. They fear for their own personal safety. We feel very vulnerable. A lot of people are going to be afraid to get on those airplanes again, particularly since many people fear flying anyway. They feel, in a sense, that they can be easily become a victim. It's a different kind of horrific ball game that they're in, and they don't know where someone may strike next. And I think this raises the anxiety level of everyone in the country that we're going to have to deal with in some way. And we're trying to deal with it by people coming together, by showing respect for the American flag and trying to make people feel very loyal and together and more communal. I think that helps. But I think now that every time we go to an airport, we have to face the additional security there, there's going to be a little twinge of anger about how this all came about. And I think the need for retaliation is a way, in fact, we're thinking of getting rid of some of that anger and getting some revenge on the perpetrators of these atrocities.
But essentially you've talked in very general terms about the need to be in communication with people, a counselor or a family member, a professional church or a community center.
Right.
Now, on Saturday morning here on ABC, we're going to devote a considerable period of time to trying to answer children's questions about this. But let me ask you, and I could ask you 100 questions, as you well know, being a representative of the national patient here for a moment. But let me just ask you one. If I'm an adult, is this relationship between adults and kids? If I, as an adult, am so distraught about this, how do I talk to my kids?
Well, I think that if you're very distraught about it, and that's you know, relative type of thing, I think that the adults should try to get some control. But I think it's okay to tell your children and let them know that you're upset and you're very distraught by what happened. It's a very normal reaction, and that you can understand that they would be very distraught and very upset and very anxious by what happened. But then reassure them that all of you can get through it, and in fact, that they're safe. That's safe, nothing's going to happen now, and this will pass, and they will be taken care of. We have to reassure the children as much as possible. And I think the adult who is upset, in time, they'll begin to calm down, but I think their upset is normal and something that we should all expect. Even doctors around the medical center yesterday were nervous and fearful about what happened. And if you know any of the victims, even in a remote way, the anxiety is even greater, that it could have been you. So I think that people with time will begin to settle down as we get back to our normal activities and feel less anxious.
I have one last question, but I do want to observe that I think that the national spirit, you can confirm for me if you think I'm right, that the national spirit of unity that we think we see apparent in the country today is indeed going to help individuals in many ways.
I think it will help individuals. I don't know how long it will last. I hope it lasts for a very long time and crosses ethnic, racial, and religious lines, so people really come together and see what they have in common rather than the divisions that we frequently see in America.
And just one other question on the subject of visions. Every public official today and yesterday has taken note of the Arab American, the Muslim American, and the South Asian American population in the country who are in some respects traumatized two ways. First of all, by their American instinct to what has happened, like everybody else's, I gather, and secondly, by the fact that they, in some ways, as communities, are being victimized. So what do they do at a moment like this?
That's right. I think that they have to come together, and I think they have to speak out. I think many of them did the right thing. They spoke out and immediately condemned the terrorism that took place. I think that Americans, on their part, have to stop having stereotypes about Arabs and Southeast Asians and people from the Middle East, because they do have stereotypes about them. And there's a tendency when something like this happens to want to blame someone. And that's when we begin to get scapegoats. And it's very easy to scapegoat people who may be members of the ethnic group, even loosely speaking, of the people who committed the terrorism.
Dr. Poussaint, let me ask you to stay and look at one piece with us and then get one more comment from you afterwards. Judy Muller, who's based in the West for us, has done a piece which at least is represented to me by my editors here as anger, and it takes place in Salt Lake City. Here's Judy Muller's report.
Salt Lake City is feeling the ripple effects of terrorism. A bomb threat today forced the evacuation of several city buildings.
The bomb scare isn't different, but the world's different now. Everybody's different now. And so even though this may be something that's happened in the past is gone.
Fear and frustration, especially for travelers stranded here.
The new tickets being purchased, the 2-week-old tickets don't do you any good to buy them in advance. You're still sitting here waiting because there's no buses.
I'm upset. I'm supposed to be in Boise for a birthday party at 4 o'clock, and I'm not going to be there.
Important birthday party?
My daughter's birthday party.
Feelings of frustration are giving way to
anger.
These New Hampshire residents are not just angry about travel problems.
I think our people have been attacked. And it's very, very frustrating that you really don't have any place to vent the anger to.
Even truckers are finding it tough going because the economy has been affected.
Because of the bombings and whatnot, the fuel prices have skyrocketed, and I get paid by a percentage, so I refuse to take anything out of here because the freight hasn't gone up. I'll be driving for free.
Even though Salt Lake is known for its large Mormon population, it also has a sizable Muslim population of 25,000. Some Islamic leaders here, worried about a backlash of discrimination, are urging Muslim Americans to help in the relief efforts and to donate blood. Even so, Muslim Americans have been victims of prejudice.
Some white guy, he pulled up in the Jeep and he's like, "Where you guys from?" I was like, "From Iraq." He's like, "I hate you guys who pulled out the gun, loaded it." And I was like, "Oh man, I got nothing against you."
That's terrifying.
Yeah, it is.
His mother finds it terrifying too.
I like United States.
It's your country.
Yeah, my country. Yeah.
A country that may never be the same, no matter what city you're in. Judy Muller, ABC News, Salt Lake.
So, Dr. Poussaint, welcome back for one final question on the subject of anger. What do you do?
What do you do?
If you're angry, if you want to strike out.
I think you're angry. I think the best thing to do is to talk about it and say that you're angry. Punch a pillow if you have to. Another way that people let out aggression is to watch sports. In that sense, maybe the NFL should be playing this weekend because so many people let out aggression in front of that TV set, particularly men. You have to channel the aggression and the anger. And I think the anger also will begin to dissipate, but there'll be so many reminders as different groups begin to hurt because of not only the terrorism, but the shutdown of the country for so many days and a loss of income. So it will be vented, and we should be prepared for it, but people should even let it out at home rather than letting it out in innocent strangers or trying to find a scapegoat or someone to beat up and blame for what happened.
But let's be very clear. When you say let it out at home, you simply mean punch.
I mean talking. I mean talking and out your frustrations, not hitting anyone. At all, of course.
Yeah, thanks very much, Dr. Poussaint. It's great to have you here this afternoon. Thanks very much. You've been very helpful. Alvin Poussaint, who's a psychiatrist from Judge Baker Children's Center in Boston, been around for a long time. Pretty wise guy. On the subject of the children, I said we're going to do this program for children on Saturday morning, and people with questions on how to talk to their kids can indeed submit questions to abcnews.com, and we will be more than happy to take a look at them and try to include them on Saturday's broadcast. And as I said, one of the things we want to do on Saturday is begin to get a real sense of this crisis from the children's perspective. But abcnews.com has a tremendous amount of material, including a whole lot of professionals in every subject that we have been talking about today, who are there to answer your questions. And there's a message board there, as all of us know, and it's a real chance for people to vent, sometimes in a pretty ugly way, but at least in a non-violent way. On the subject of concern, Mayor Giuliani of New York said just a while ago that he wants the public to keep in mind that do not panic when you hear one more report about a bomb threat. Yeah, sure, there are a lot of mouthy, bad, dumb people around, but he points out today that 90 bomb threats were made in New York today, and not a single one of them was valid. And he also said, this is very important when you go to the website, don't trust the unofficial websites. We said a while ago people are scamming folks in order to raise money, allegedly, for the victims of this disaster. Be very careful at the moment with unofficial websites. Talk a little more about public opinion. Gary Langer, the director of our polling unit. Well, this is a lot different from politics, Gary, when you and I talk and fight so often. We did a snap poll the other day, and I, to be perfectly honest, don't have it immediately available. But I remember you asked questions whether or not people, such as, would people give up their liberties in order for more security? How did they feel about responding if a target be found? How did they feel about the leadership in the country, etc.? Is it changing, or is it pretty constant?
It seems pretty constant, and in fact, public opinion in cases like this tends to be surprisingly stable, changing only as the facts on the ground change, if you will, when and if they do. People tend to form opinions that are stable and that move when new information comes out, and there hasn't been a lot of new information that's going to change opinion.
So what are you finding in the country at the moment in terms of public attitudes about all this?
You know, we see a lot of, indeed, a lot of anxiety, as the doctor mentioned, a lot of personal concern, a sense that this could happen again, a sense that this could happen to me or someone close to me. And that fuels, indeed, anger and similar emotions. At the same time, we see a broad sense of, I think, what can be called national resolve, and indeed even national confidence. In that, for example, even the night this happened, we had 9 in 10 Americans telling us they were confident that the perpetrators, people responsible for this, would be caught. A majority even very confident of that. And
there's confidence in government, confidence in law enforcement.
Yeah, even though there was a split in opinion as to whether or not the government could have done more to prevent it, there was nonetheless majority belief that future attacks perhaps can be deterred and that the perpetrators here can be caught. We also saw overwhelming support for military action against any groups or individuals found to be responsible. Now, that could be an expression of anger, but it also could be an expression of self-protection as well, a view that it's necessary to protect ourselves.
And as I recall, you asked the question in a very specific way. Did people support military action if you could identify those who were responsible? At first, there was a tendency to think the country just wanted to strike out. That seems to have dissipated pretty quickly.
Well, precisely. I mean, you need a target, of course. And not only that, but, you know, there have been plenty of cases in which there was not broad public support for military action. Somalia and Haiti and even Bosnia come to mind. There have been other cases, though, when there is strong and broad support for military action. And the Persian Gulf War is a good example of that. And that was support that was very resilient, that held steady, and that lasted throughout the many months of that confrontation. We can't predict where this will go, and as facts change, opinion may or may not change as well. But it would be a mistake, I think, to underestimate the resolve of the American public to deal with crises of this type.
We've said often that this is an extraordinary test for a president under these circumstances, and we know from all of the polling data you provide us all the time that the public is, at the very least, moderately disenchanted with politicians and with government in general. When you ask questions now about trust in government, belief in leadership, they seem to come around?
Indeed, you normally see a rally-around effect in times of crisis. The public tends to close ranks, and we are seeing that. George W. Bush's job approval ratings and approval ratings for handling this are much higher than they were a week ago. And this notion, this sense of some confidence that the government can prevent future attacks and can catch those responsible here are quite high, all a reflection or a representation of support for government and confidence in it. The kind of thing you normally see, a closing of ranks in times of crisis.
When you look at public opinion, are you able to ask questions which get the answer now that how complicated this all is?
Well, it's important we ask a variety of questions and try to tease out the many layers of opinion, because as we're discussing here, the public is not simply angry or simply anxious or simply desirous of retribution. There are all of these and many more emotions within the opinions we measure, and we do try to tease them out. We also, can identify the extent to which this terrible tragedy has really gripped the nation. When on Tuesday night we had 99% of Americans, that is essentially everyone, telling us they had been watching broadcast reports of it. 91% told us that they, on the day of these attacks, prayed for the victims and their families, and other measures as well show us that an enormous amount of concern and involvement of average Americans across the country.
Anything else?
Well,
finally. In fact, let me stop you right there, because I got 20 seconds in order to reset the broadcast, and we're going to pause for just a few seconds now, just so that some local stations can leave us to do their local news, and then naturally we will continue. Quoting Peter Berman, who makes flags in St. Louis, Missouri, who points out today, as we focus on that flag at the Pentagon, that they might get orders for 150 to 200,000 American flags on a busy day before a traditional patriotic holiday. On Wednesday, yesterday, he had nearly 2 million requests. And by noon today, another 750,000 requests for flags had poured into his one company in St. Louis, Missouri. And we talked to a wonderful flag maker in New Jersey, flag seller earlier in New Jersey today. And he said he had never seen anything like it, that in the last year he'd been selling more foreign flags than he had been selling American flags. And he says in this couple of days he has sold more American flags than he did in the whole year. And we were very interested to see that in Amherst, Massachusetts, they had recently voted to actually restrict how often and how long American flags could fly along downtown streets, because, in the words of the town manager, extended displays of the flag had seemed a bit much. The very next day, as the Trade Center crumbled, the banners were all quickly hoisted into space. For most of our stations across the country, we're going to take a break, because World News Tonight is coming along for